The 9:30 meeting starts at 9:32. Good morning, everyone. Okay, and as part of our welcome, we're going to add another feature. If everyone could rise, face the flag, we will, and take your covers off. We will say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. To the Two. No, thank you. Yeah. Oh, I can't even carry a tune, much less a tuna. Anyway. Oh, all right. All the hippies in the crowd, get your lighters out. Most of the hippies are gray and bald. Okay. Oh, again, good morning. Okay, another part of our annual early morning start is a moment of silence for those of us who aren't with us anymore. And there's too many. I want to say a big thank you to the squadron and the other Warbird volunteers who cooked up some phenomenal bacon this morning. And there may have been some other things, but hell, the bacon was great. And Steve Owen, thank you for the use of the Van Dyne Sportsman's Club. And Scott Guyette, are you there? In the words of, I believe, a WTMJ announcer from back in the 60s, roll 'em Lester. Let's watch this video.
Every summer in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, a small army of Warbirds of America volunteers helps to bring one of the world's greatest aviation gatherings to life. They guide Warbird aircraft, support pilots, and welcome thousands of visitors. This is the Warbirds community.
Welcome to our live stream Warbirds visit here on this early February day. We're looking forward to having a lot of our Warbird volunteers here in Oshkosh, and no better place to start out than right here in the Welcome Warbirds building on Whitman Field. And we look forward to seeing everyone here in July as well. So it's going to be a little warmer than we hope. So we'll see you all very soon.
For pilots, the experience begins the moment they land. Volunteers greet them and make sure they feel at home. They are the first faces pilots see, and often the first helping hand. Warbird pilots can register their aircraft online ahead of the event, or in person at the pilot registration building when they arrive.
That information provides a tremendous aid to Warbirds, provides us with information on the pilot, contact information, his insurance information for when they're going to be flying formation during the show. And also it provides us with information about how many Warbirds arrive at Oshkosh and are on the field in Oshkosh each year.
But what visitors see in July is the result of work happening all year long. Meals are planned, equipment is maintained. Training never stops. Hundreds of volunteers prepare so thousands can experience AirVenture safely and smoothly.
Each day during AirVenture, our volunteers in the food shack provide over 350 of our volunteers with their breakfast and lunch. So it's just a great, great place and a great service to our volunteers.
Every vehicle, every tug, every tool plays a critical role. Moving historic aircraft requires skill, experience, and absolute focus. Because when you're guiding a multi-million-dollar airplane, safety is everything.
All of the equipment seen here is operated by not only experienced, but also very well-trained volunteers. Everyone that operates our equipment is very familiar with the equipment itself and any of the aircraft or other equipment that they are going to be connecting to. So when one of our start carts has to get connected to a jet, they have to know which connection system that they require and how much power they're going to need to feed to that jet in order to get that started so he can go off and fly around the air show.
The Warbird merchandise store is open year-round, with online orders packed and shipped right here on the field. Every purchase directly supports Warbird programs, helping fund operations throughout the year, alongside annual memberships. It's more than merchandise. It's one of the key ways we keep Warbirds moving forward.
One of the most visited locations in the Warbird area is right here in the Warbird merchandise building and store. The team of volunteers in the merchandise building are here to help them take some Warbird memorabilia back home with them. Shirts, hats, jackets, sweatshirts, and periodically a raincoat, which comes in handy a few times each year, is available here in the Warbird merchandise store.
For over 25 years, Warbirds in Review has welcomed the men and women who helped shape our history. Through the stories of veterans, aircraft owners, and pilots, we reflect on their service and experiences. At the center is the Warbirds in Review Quonset hut, where presenters prepare, and each program comes together before going live. From here, the live stream shares these stories beyond Oshkosh, reaching viewers in well over 70 countries. Inside the Youth Education Center, young visitors step into simulators and imagine themselves in the cockpit, because the future of aviation depends on the next generation.
Each summer, hundreds and hundreds of young people come through this building to try one of our Corsair or P-51 simulators to become interested, to test out what flying a World War II fighter would actually be like. Because we all understand, the parents understand, Warbirds members, Warbirds volunteers all understand that really the future of Warbirds, the future of aviation, is the next generation.
Warbirds Living History Group brings military history to life through hands-on displays and educational programs. For them, the greatest reward is sparking a child's curiosity and inspiring the next generation to carry that history forward. Warbird security plays a vital role during AirVenture Oshkosh, working around the clock to protect the aircraft, guests, and the entire Warbirds area, ensuring a safe and secure environment for everyone on the grounds. Supporting that effort, Civil Air Patrol cadets, young men and women, help supplement security and support operations across the area. Alongside them, Warbirds first responders stand ready to respond, providing immediate support and care whenever it's needed. Warbirds Aircraft Maintenance keeps these historic aircraft ready to fly, providing the expertise and care they need on the ground. Without their support, many pilots might not make it to their next air show, or even back to their home airport. The Warbirds Tower oversees aircraft movement within the Warbirds area, coordinating arrivals and departures throughout AirVenture. With steady, clear guidance, they bring you safely in and send you smoothly on your way. Warbirds judging is carried out by experienced aircraft owners, pilots, and restoration professionals who carefully evaluate each aircraft on display. For many, the year is measured by whether a restoration can be completed in time for Oshkosh, because here, everyone is striving to present their very best. For spectators, members, and pilots alike, one of the most enjoyable ways to explore the Warbird area is the tram program. It's a fun, guided ride across the grounds, with a docent sharing the aircraft's rich history as you pass them. A unique chance to experience the full scale and story of Warbirds from end to end.
Everyone has a tremendous time. They start out the south end, go all the way through the north end, through the bombers, the trainers, the fighters, all the aircraft in the Warbird area. And it really gives folks a tremendous opportunity to really see the expanse of the Warbird area, because we do occupy almost 60 acres of Whitman Field during Oshkosh.
Warbirds Training Command honors the aircraft that trained a generation for World War II. Stearmans, BT-13s, T-6s, SNJs, that prepared young pilots for combat and service. These historic trainers marked the beginning of countless aviation stories, where skill was built, confidence was earned, and the journey to the front lines first took flight. Warbirds membership and member services help measure the strength of the community and support the people behind it. Along with Warbirds merchandise, they provide vital resources that keep Warbirds of America moving forward year after year. The Warbirds grounds team ensures the area is clean, organized, and welcoming throughout AirVenture. Because how the grounds look is a reflection of who we are and the pride we take in preserving aviation history. Warbirds chocks play a vital role in keeping these valuable Warbird aircraft securely in place, preventing even the slightest movement on the ramp. At the heart of it is El Chaco, whose handcrafted wooden chocks secure the aircraft and honor the legacy. Beyond supplying every Warbirds area, he also creates special tribute chocks inscribed with "Remembering" the names of cherished members and volunteers, turning a simple safety tool into a lasting symbol of respect. Warbirds Editorial shares the Warbird story with the world through the magazine, e-blasts, website, and live stream. With compelling articles, powerful photography, and first-hand perspectives, it brings aviation history to life, while inspiring membership, encouraging support, and helping sustain the mission year after year. Families camp together. Friends reunite. Stories are shared. People come for the aircraft and return for the people.
We have a team of volunteers out here that work tirelessly throughout the entire day, well into the evening, to make sure that whatever the campers may need, they can help them with it or direct them in the right spot to get whatever they need for their camping experience, to make it a good time here in the Warbird area.
Warbirds headquarters is home to the president, board of directors, executive director, and management staff who guide the organization year-round. Their leadership and direction are vital, providing the vision, oversight, and steady support that keep Warbirds of America strong and moving forward. From the flight line to the simulators, from maintenance crews to storytellers, the Warbirds community comes together each year with a shared purpose: to preserve history, support one another, and keep these aircraft flying for future generations. It's a mission powered by dedication, pride, and a deep love of aviation, carried forward by people who give their time, talent, and heart to something bigger than themselves. Because in the end, as General James H. Doolittle reminded us, nothing is as strong as the heart of a volunteer.
There's the on switch. All right. I can't tell you how proud I am of our friends Scott and Kyle and Sleeping Dog and all of their team for putting that together. All of that, they deserve that, absolutely. That is a tremendous video, tremendous effort that went into that, and it all started about a month ago with an idea to put a 3-minute video together for this meeting. Well, you know Kyle. Anyway, and Kyle and Scott and Kristen talked about other uses for this video. And we'll be able to see this as a recruiting video. We're going to do a little tweaking on it. It's just a very, very good piece, and we're very proud of what they did for us. So, absolutely. Huge. They deserve everything. So speaking of AirVenture 25, we had a very, very good year. We had 650,000 of our closest friends join us, and they all came through Warbirds. Well, at least about 90% of them did. So, Kristen, would you like to give us a little bit of a recap of how admin went for AirVenture 25?
Yes, I am standing. Admin went great this year. Nora and Linda and JJ and Don did a marvelous job making sure that everybody got what they needed, took care of stuff. We actually instituted a new rule that both Nora and I need to go up to the actual office for at least an hour a day just to do admin work. So we're doing that now, which keeps us on top of stuff and able to help everybody else the way they need to be helped. So
From the board of directors, Rick, did you want to say anything about that, or?
You got a video yet from Mike, right? So anyway, yeah, well, thanks for coming out on this beautiful day. I mean, there's not much snow here, which is nice. Usually it's a little earlier in the year, so we have a little more snow on the ground. It was nice that you included snow as you walked around the Warbird area, so we got a feeling that, yes, in fact, we are in Oshkosh. But thanks for coming all this way. I really appreciate it. Nice to see a good turnout here. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the board of directors works hard. We've just met at InWalk, and we meet the big times we meet, of course, during AirVenture. Then the fall board meeting, we all get together and talk about our visions and the direction we want Warbirds of America to go. We also have some other meetings throughout the year. We met at InWalk, we meet at Sun and Fun, so periodically around the calendar we all get together and give some direction and work with it. So the board is active, and we'll continue on with that. Just a little bit of looking forward to Oshkosh 2026. We're going to have 11 Warbird acts in the regular air show, not during the Warbird show, but there'll be 11 separate Warbird acts during the air show, which is one of our higher numbers than we've had in the years past. So it's good to see us getting some representation, during the regular air show with Warbirds, because that's, of course, everybody knows that's what we really come up here to see, is the Warbirds. But a little bit of jet activity, some P-51s, Jack Aces will be here with the 3 P-51s, which they haven't been at AirVenture in a long time. So that's exciting. Of course, the Titan team, formerly known as Aeroshell, will be here with the T-6s. The regular Warbird show, of course, is, I understand, about the same as we usually do. Big arrival show Monday. Tuesday is the 45 minutes to an hour-long Warbird show. Wednesday is a little briefer show of only about 30 minutes. Thursday, I believe, will primarily be Jet Day again. Friday and Saturday, we try to put as many Warbirds as are still here up in the air as well. So that's about the same amount of activity we get every year. So we look forward to that. Not new this year, but the Red Bull is bringing their P-38 all the way from Europe to here. You may have seen that. They're also happen to be bringing a DC-6, which not a Warbird aircraft, but it's a pretty cool airplane anyway. They will be down in the West Ramp a large part of the time, but it's our understanding the P-38 is going to come up to the Warbird area at least for part of the week. So we look forward to seeing it. It's a very shiny airplane, as I think you've all seen pictures of it. So we look forward to that. Red Bull was actively engaged down at InWalk, the National Warbird Operators Conference, which we just held in Virginia Beach, Virginia. And they're taking increasing role in the Warbird community, which is nice to see. We haven't had a lot of representation from Europe other than Phil. Where's Phil? He shows up every year, but and we have others. I don't mean to, he was an easy target. So anyway, so we'll go from there. So a lot of fun things to look forward to. We don't have a lot of things on the card yet as to who's going to be here and fresh restorations. I know a couple of 51s are going to get done, hopefully, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the Warbirds in Review. But new restorations, there's always new things coming out and something extra to see in the Warbird area. So we look forward to seeing all of you this summer. So any questions from anybody? Good.
John Clough, would you come up to the microphone and give us a little review of bombers, transports, and smoke oil?
I thought that the reason I was going to go first was because bombers and transports and smoke oil just rules the roost, but then I figured it out. It's alphabetical, so there you go. All right, well, greetings and welcome, fellow professional volunteers. I brought notes. Oh, good. Yeah, geez, I know. Okay, good to see you, Bill. Friends, countrymen. It's hard following Bill. Not really. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's okay. If that's what it's going to take. Okay, so I represent Bombers Transports and Smoke Oil, and one of the things that we certainly dealt with last year was we wound up with we were short staffing. We had about half of the bomber and transport group that was available. Other folks were on vacation, couldn't make it, other things going on. But what happened is we did have some folks that just kind of walked up and said, hey, I want to do this, and they were great. And it kind of speaks to the quality of people who just show up and want to help. And hopefully our folks that just walked up want to come back. And they all did really well. And that's very appreciative. And if you're watching online, you know who you are, and thank you very much. We do have a pretty good, solid, well-versed group in bombers and transports, but we're always looking for more help. So if you want to come do what we do, you're welcome to come. Let's see, Don Eggy couldn't make it today. He's very busy, and he's not even seeing the live show. So our stuff doesn't happen without Don. So Don, thank you. I'm sure he didn't. He said he was going to be busy, and he wasn't even going to see the live stream. So there we go. Let's see, like I said, we had 3 walk-ons that really did a wonderful job for us. Thank you very much for pointing them in our direction, and they're welcome to come back, certainly. Smoke Oil, Jonathan Solberg transferred from Bombers, and he was joined by Becca. And, yeah. Oh, okay. How am I doing? Okay, fine. I'm a guitar player. I'm not a vocalist. I'm sorry. Okay, anyway. Jonathan and Becca really, really brought some new blood to the operation, did a wonderful job. And do you want to do it again? You do? Okay, great. So they'll be leading the charge again. Randy's going to come back to us. Just a good group, good operation. Jim Downer, certainly. Dan Wurz may come back from Switzerland, we hope anyway. But good folks. We had everything we need to succeed, and I'd like to believe that we did. And that was based on the skills and the enthusiasm of the people who showed up to work. And again, very appreciative. At the peak, we had 5 B-25s, a couple of A-26s, 3 Albatrosses. Go ahead. Who wants to say Albatross? Go ahead. Albatross. There you go. 4 C-45s, a couple of UC-3s, C-47s. We had 5 of those. 1 Howard 500, 1 RC-21, 3 TBMs, 1 B-17 that visited with us for the duration of the show, not under its own power. Are they coming back? No. Okay. Oh, that's a good thing. Okay. We did have a PB-4Y privateer that came with us. Apparently is coming back, and from what I understand, they may be joined by other big airplane that kind of looks similar. Ooh, that's going to be cool. All right. Let's see. That worked out really well. No incidents, no accidents. A lot of help from people who were around to work with us, especially the tow team. Smoke Oil really rocked it. Pumped 935 gallons of smoke oil, which was terrific, by hand. And I think we're going to get a little. We're going to do something a little different this year. You're going to get us some additional equipment. No. Come on. Put a little closer to the mic, Bill.
A little closer. Okay. No. That's part of the process, or for a healthy flight line crew, is the level of exercise.
You have seen the majority of this group, right?
What?
Okay. It is.
Yeah, Warbird Fitness.
We're instituting the Warbird Fitness program. It'll start today and end tomorrow. Okay, so we did a real good job on smoke oil. We instituted a new process. We take the product to you, and you put it on your airplane, and the folks driving the airplane seem to be okay with it, and that's great. We're going to do that again. So thank you. Thank you very much, really. It was a blast. It really was. They had a great time doing it. Yes, sir. I'm doing it again. I'm a guitar player, not a vocalist. Anyway. Yeah. All right. Anyway. So that worked out really well, and we're very happy that everything did, because it's really lousy when things start to go sideways, but it just didn't happen for us that way. Everything worked out the way it was supposed to. Again, it's on the strength of the people who show up to work. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. Our work with Warbird Tower continues to improve. There are our early warning system for who's coming, who's leaving, who needs what. The status lights up in the tower worked great for us. I don't know if they work well for everybody else. They do. Do they? Yeah. We love them. It's great, and we appreciate that. Thank you for the improvement. Let's see what other stuff do we have going on. No issues clearing the field, which was nice. The air show cleared out pretty well. Denny and crew worked with us, but the unsung heroes of it's got to be CAP. Our CAP cadets, they do a wonderful job for us, especially they're standing out there all day long in the heat. I think I talked to every one of those cadets that was parked behind the B-25s. Not one of them complained. They were hot, they were sweaty, they were hungry, and they were just amazed that all of this happens. So it was cool to see the kids out there doing a great job. They'll come back. They'll come back as volunteers. That's a good thing. So that's basically what I've got. Again, it was a good operation, real safe, really efficient. It's nice to talk with everybody about, hey, what are you guys doing and how can we help? And this is what we need. Please work with us. You know, it's nice to have a group that does a good job, but it's even better to have a really big group that works well together. So on behalf of that, from Bombers and Transports and Smoke, thank you.
John, are any of your folks here, and they should stand up and introduce themselves? We're going to do this by area this year, that whenever the group pops up, their people should also be introduced.
Okay, from Smoke, let's look at Jonathan Solberg right here. Becca Dowen. Anybody else here from Smoke? I don't think so. Okay, thank you very much. Bombers and Transports, we're pretty short. Got Matt Browning. And I got to tell you, he is the ultimate 12th man. There isn't anything that he can't do. He's a terrific marshaller. He speaks well to the flight crews. He keeps people informed. Definitely on his way up the chain. Thank you for everything. Okay? Everything. I don't think we have anybody else here from Bombers and Transports other than moi, unless I'm missing you. If I'm missing you, I apologize. Raise your hand. But the folks who aren't here, certainly, again, Don Egge, Rich Cook, Torsten Reinl, folks that are probably watching back home somewhere. And that's where we are. So again, if you're looking to come on over to Bombers and Transports, chances are pretty good in 26. We've got room for you. If you want to come, we'd love to see you. Thank you. Oh, right there. We have a height limit. But okay, fine. She's in. She's in. All right. And hey, what we do wouldn't be possible without Carl Ravenhorst. So, on behalf of Bombers Transport Smoke, thank you for putting the safety bend on what we do. Again, we are very focused on that. That's how we roll. If it's not safe, we don't do it. And that's all I got. Thank you.
I guess I'm going to talk about camping. I just want to say last year was a little bit different due to the fact that Brian got sick. And, we had to pivot a few times. But the people that took over for Brian did a really good job. So Les Moore and Travis Hayes, Barb Feldman, and all the rest of the crew that just stepped up to the podium, whatever, and yeah, that's it, and just did a real good job. This year camping, we're hoping to open up the lottery end of March, beginning of April. We have a couple of updates that we're working on implementing. First one is kind of one that the volunteers suggested and we listened to, is instead of paying for so many days at a time, we're doing a flat rate. So whether you're camping for 4 days or 15 days, you pay the same amount. We used to have it an 11-day minimum, and people got a little bit hung up on that. So now it's just $450 for volunteers for the week. $450. Once we're able to open up the the camping, Nora will be sending everybody out an email to see what you rate your volunteers. So we're going to be going on the ABC schedule again. And I'm going to say right now, A's are your chairmans and your leads. Those, because without chairmans and leads, we cannot have AirVenture go on. Group B is for all the rest of the people that you really need. But as always, we have more people vying for spots than we have spots. So just keep that in mind and make sure that when you're making out your list, the people that you're putting on the A list are truly your leads and your chairman. That's all I got.
Thank you, Kristen. Could be a good year, and it will not rain in all of July. That's what Matt Bongers told me the other day. And has anybody seen Dave Jackson? Dave Jackson. Paging Dave. White courtesy phone, Dave Jackson. And there, Nora, there's a slide for Dave.
I don't know who this Dave Jackson guy is, but I'm El Chaco, if nobody has met me before. And I kind of try to corral the chocks. It's more corralling. I'm not very good at it, evidently, because I have to keep making more. But I've got some figures that I'd like to share with you. Post AirVenture 2025, we had 1,264 chocks in the chock boxes. And when I figured what we started with, what were made prior to that, again, we lost 77 chocks. Probably 20 to 30 of those were given away to family, friends, and some military people. So somewhere our theft losses were, 40 to 50 probably. And because when I make chocks for our fallen, I make 6 chocks at a time. If I make more than that, the stencils get plugged up. If I make less than that, it's probably not worth it. So one of those goes to our wall of the fallen in the food shack up above the doors. One goes to the family member, and one goes to Randy's and Chris's volunteer camper area. And they've got their display out there. So that means there's really only 3 of the chocks of each one that go under aircraft. And that was my idea, to remember our fallen, for ourselves and our visitors to look at the chocks under the airplanes and remember those that have gone before us. So it's so important to leave those under the airplanes, and for us to ensure that they stay there and that the pilots don't think that they're gifts or that they're entitled to them. You've heard this before from me, but my wife thinks that the chocks leaving are like the towels at the Holiday Inn. That if somebody feels that they at least have to take 2 every time they stay there. So after AirVenture, I made another 161 chocks, and 20 of those were for personal reasons that never would going to be going under the aircraft, and so those are taken away. So that left for 141. And if you see behind over there by the window, those are our new. Could you hold one of those up for me, Dean? The new 4x6 chocks for Warbird Alley. And Connie Boland had a great idea. Let's make one, there's about 10 of them for each of our branches of the armed forces. And those are exclusively for Warbird Alley. And if you see anybody running around with them, shoot them, because they are not to be taken off the field. Yeah, good observation. Yeah, those are 4x6s rather than 4x4s. Yeah. So anyway, I my notes are 55, but it's actually 62. So it's somewhere around 80 by the end of last year, or 12/31, additional chocks going into the chock boxes. So far, I've only made 6 chocks for that use. I've made a lot more than that, but so we're going to be about 85 chocks ahead of last year if I don't make any more before our venture. Thank you very much. Well, you know, that way they really never get old. I do have a special shout out to somebody who already got shouted out, and I keep on messing up his last name, but Matt Bronin, he's really stepped up and has helped me refurbish some of our old crummy yellow chocks, and found a way to make them look where I can now prime them, paint them, and they'll be useful for us. So thank you, Matt. Matt's had a lot of interest in the chock program, especially through Warbird Squadron 32, and I really appreciate his help. Scott Bear, we talked a little bit about first on the Warbird Alley. We've got the larger chocks, hopefully keep our aircraft, our most precious aircraft there, more secure. But also Scott is a huge promoter of chocking all 3 gear, especially on hard surfaces. And that's going to take some more chocks, but I'm definitely dedicated to making whatever we need. Also, have to put a shout out to Fond du Lac County Highway Department, because that's where I'm getting my 4x6 material to make those big chocks from. So at first they didn't, and then I got caught, and now they do. So, you know, in your drunken stupor, go ahead and knock a few more signposts down, because they'll become chocks out here. Also have to, another special shout out to Carl Rabenhorst. He's my landowner. Because when I make these chocks, usually the weather's inclement a lot of time, and I've got to have a place to store them. So his Tom Weiss training room is just chocked full of chocks. Every table has sometimes 4 deep in chocks. And but then once it starts to warm up in Wisconsin, we have now a new tradition of moving the chocks from the training room to the chock boxes. And we open a window up, and somebody passes them through the window outdoors, and then they go into the chock boxes. And I think there was actually a picture or a video of that on FaceTime. I got one more thing. Whomever's got the contact with Fagan, if we could find out what aircraft they're bringing new and make some chocks for them, because they're such a great supporter of our Warbird efforts. I'd like to make sure they've gotten some chocks before, but I'd like to continue that.
Scott and Kyle are listening.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad somebody is. One last thing. I have the best boss in the world. And no, it's not you, Bill. But it's my dear friend Phil Wild. And he's the best boss I've ever worked for. And he is so understanding, because he always says, "Where's El Chaco?" But that never, really punishes me. So all right. Well, anyway, Phil and I had a little problem last year. We found an item on the grounds, and Lost and Found was closed, and so I just took it home. But I figured maybe someone here could identify it. So I'd like to bring this up. Evidently somebody wants this, but it's just banging around my house.
Phil, I don't want to break it to you, but last week Dave told me that Judy was his boss.
Liar. Anybody know who this is? Come on, get it.
It's good that we now know who Mike Weinfurter's boss is.
Does does anybody know the story of that? Okay, well, there's a little story that I didn't see it the first time, but Mike gave me a blow-by-blow description. But of course, Mike's got the orange bird dog. One word. Remember that. Anybody spells bird dog, it's one word. And it says it's orange with black Army lettering on it. And Amy stands in front of the R, so it spells Amy. So I made Mike some chocks with the stick woman instead of an R. And I don't know if it was Mike or Amy. Says, "Is there any chance that you could make a T-shirt for me?" Of course, this was probably at least 3 years ago. And everything in time, you know, I had to knit the shirt and I'll do all that kind of stuff. Well, finally, really, truth be known, I lost the stencil. And I did find it about 6 weeks ago. I bought the T-shirt 2 years ago, but I couldn't find the stencil to spray paint it with. So anyway, that's my deal. I just want to say I hope I can get through this. And I can. Anyway, my son's on the Ford right now, and they are part of this bombing of Iran. And so I ask for your prayers. My son's Commander Adam Jackson. He's the executive officer of VFA 213, the Black Lions. And next month he'll be the commanding officer. Change the command ceremony that we expected to be at Virginia Beach. But they were redeployed from the Med to the Venezuela. He was part of that. And then they went back to the Med to be off of Israel, where they are right now. And I'm sure they're hot and heavy in flight operations right now. So please remember him in your prayers.
Along with all of his crewmates. And who is going to talk about fighters? Rhonda. Rhonda. Where's Rhonda? Oh, we have a Rondette. Yes, you do see this thing here, and guess what you need to do.
Can I hold it down here so nobody can hear me? Yes.
We can get.
Well, why
No, but
would you want
Michael, stand up. Sorry, but I'm pumped.
Is it actually? Okay.
It's out.
So, Mom says she had 23 Mustangs, 4 Wildcats, 5 Corsairs, 2 P40s, and an SBD, plus 1 TBM that Kavanaugh had. She said the Kavanaugh display was a lot of extra work for her crew and the tug teams, but it did look very cool and drew a lot of crowd. Apparently I need to read this through first. We were down a couple people this year, really missed Dean, but says he should be back this summer. Thankfully, Dave brought Dave, also known as Derek, who proved to be a great asset. We've seen a downturn in the number of Dawn Patrol missions in the last couple of years, as well as the number of fighters flying in the show. Would really like to get the area rolled in March or April so it actually accomplishes something other than temporarily flattening the grass. I feel like that's going to be on there every year. Yeah. She said she was going to try and step in, except that I forgot to tell her that she was up. So if you have any questions, you can message her yourself later, because she won't be watching. That's all I got.
Anyone else here for fight?
I honestly don't know. I've been in the back.
Sounds good. Thank you, Rondette. Some people call her Jenny. Bob Ehrenberg, first responders. It's on.
Good morning, everyone. Our group had a pretty good year last year. A lot of it had to do with the weather. You know, it wasn't that hot. Probably the next thing that it really helps is Carl's safety briefs. The dedication that all you have to safety, and not just for yourselves, but for the public. That really makes a big difference. So you could all give yourself a hand for that. We did have one scooter accident last year, which seems to be a common theme, but you know, everybody on the scooters, just be careful. You know, sometimes they can not work like they should. Other than that, we didn't really have too many volunteer issues with health, which that's a good thing. So people got to remember, you know, when they come to Oshkosh, you know, you stay in your routine as far as what medications you take, things like that, because sometimes you can forget, and then a few days later you have issues. So that was better last year. Other than that, a couple nosebleeds with the public, some Band-Aids, transported 3 or 4 people to the first aid station down by the tower, took a couple of people to their cars because they didn't realize it was so far to walk, and they really, you know, they weren't able to even get back to Knapp Street to get on a tram. So I don't know, any questions for me? Okay, that's it.
Thanks, Bob. Jenny, floaters.
At least you considered it. Thanks. I don't really have anything to report. Me, Danny, and Jerry just run around and do stuff, and you guys have gotten into the habit of calling us when you need help, which is great. Basically, we just ride around and undo everything when it gets all messed up. And Danny is here. We have a floater.
Kirsten. By the way, fortunately, Kirsten is going to be about the only one here who doesn't thank Carl Rabenhorst for his safety briefings.
Because I get to live with it every day. So it's a common thing for me. So overall, last year things went well in the food shack. There were a few hiccups before air show with some of our donors, but we got some new ones, and their help was greatly appreciated, and we were able to serve everyone the lunch and breakfasts that they kind of are used to, and we're able to feed everyone. For statistics, I can say that we served roughly 2,370 lunches last year, which is roughly just under 300 every single day. One of the main changes that we had last year was the new extension that we had in the kitchen, which worked very well for us in terms of prepping food and having a good staging area, so that when we serve lunch, you guys are able to just eat, and we are able to kind of fill it for you without getting in each other's way, and that is wonderful for us. And going into next year, we're just going to kind of finish up some finishing touches on that, which is, I think, some paint, and then look at some of our equipment. But that's all I had for Food Shack, unless you guys had any questions.
How many of your food shack people are here today?
I can see one, and that's Joan right there.
Oh, Joan, stand up, say hi.
Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, if anyone has a 20 cubic foot upright freezer that is in good working condition, we had one of ours pass away over the fall, and we are in need of replacing it. So if anyone wants to donate a 20 cubic foot upright freezer, please get a hold of Kristen. Also, if you want to donate a 3-door upright refrigerator, a commercial unit, get a hold of Kristen. And Brett, do I see Brett? Where's Brett? Where's Grounds? Is he hiding? Or did he not make it? I haven't seen him. Okay. As you saw in the picture, and it was mentioned, Brett and a lot of our folks, a lot of our friends, many of the flight line people, food shack people, etc., that are here all year round, working on the grounds, prepping them, unprepping them, etc. And Brett is here literally minimally once every week in the off season. So big thanks to Brett for all the stuff that he does. Jets and tugs. That would be Mr. Bear. Brett, we clapped for you.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, thanks everybody. There are some people here may not know the depth of it. Just says Jets and Tugs. We're also going to talk later about Warbirds in Review and the things that went on there. But yes, mic up. Yes.
Thank you.
There we go. So we won't be loud. Okay. Normally I don't have to have that problem. You just tell me to keep the voice down. So usually shut up. That's right. So when you think about what all you different areas accomplish in post areas, we're everywhere. And when I say everywhere, we've been all the way to South 40 doing the things we do. And then we're also on the other side of the field, especially when somebody says rain, that my airplane has to be put away to this minute. So vast number of aircraft we have to do. It's not just our Warbirds. We're also doing West Ramp, but I can't thank them enough because they come over and help us all the time too. So when I speak of West Ramp, there's two guys, Mike and Eric over there, that help us numerous times. They help move the MiGs, the MiG-29 for us because it's easier with their electro tug, things like that. So we look at overall what happens with the tugs. It gets very confusing because you say, well, I call a tug, try to get one, and then people ask us all at the same time. As we just heard about the Kavanaugh experience, what happened this last year was we had even more tug movements than we probably have since Splashgosh. So Splashgosh, if those of you that remember, everything had to be tugged because it was all stuck, right? So why am I bringing that up is that in the last 10 years overall, every year we've improved with equipment, people, training, and we've tried to even get farther, but even so, we're getting more different types of aircraft we have to adjust to. So as it comes to it, when you talk about a tug driver and a tug crew and the people on the line, they're doing excellent work every day, and not like the only other people that compare would be the West Ramp when they have to bring in all the show aircraft in 2 days. We do this kind of work, and it's very hard and wears you out. So if we get rough by the end of the week, we're getting wore out and all that, please give us some grace. But I want to thank all the people that help us during the time. Like I said, especially West Ramp, but also that these guys have come for years and put up with late hours because we get asked the 6 a.m. tugs, we get asked 9 and 10 p.m. tugs. So and doing it, staying on a piece of hot equipment all day, and then your equipment sometimes doesn't work. So well, I'm letting you report on the mortar pool and about how it's all perfect, okay?
Here, I'll tell
Yeah, I tell a lie. Okay. So you said we need to wake up the members that are tug drivers here and then have them stand up.
Stand up and say hello and identify themselves.
Yes, come on. So tug drivers all stand up. Okay. Come on, say your name. Doug. Bob. Dinah, and then there's Greg. So Greg has multiple roles as I do. So we'll go over that, and then we'll have Captain Ron go over the Warbirds review. So thank you for all the help. What has happened in events? We did not have any events in which a aircraft tow damaged an aircraft. Did we have some wild things like the tow bar comes released as we're tugging? Not necessarily our fault. Little snaps and things break off. So we were using the customer's tow bar, and this can happen. Yes. But again, no safety related incidents is pretty massive in the number of things that we do and the number of operations we have. What are we doing on future improvement? Again, thanks for Carl and his basic training. We are trying to come back with first responders this year to go reemphasize our fire training. You may not have seen it much in the media, but there have been a couple of fires at air shows, fires on aircraft, so we want to go back and reemphasize that. We are in jet operating environment, hot items, but also go with all the rest of the areas. We go with the fuel and everything on the line. We've kind of gotten complacent with that, so try to work that. And then the second part, I do specialized jet training every year because the jets are so much different. It's because most things are going to have the prop and that, but the jets, meaning each jet can have a different nuance to it. So meaning that there's a special start procedure, special equipment to move it. Yes, sir. Yes. So when I said no safety incidents that end up in injury or all that's because we have safety incidents every day. Like I said, something coming on a tug. He's mentioning the fact we had a minor grass fire, and it's always a thing. And in the past, when we got really dry, we might be standing there with the fire extinguisher during the start of every jet. So it can be that way, but also thinking back in the small space on the alley, one little spark on this plane, and we can have in just a few minutes the whole place goes. So we'll try to reemphasize that this coming year. And we're going to get some different jets as they come along. Right now, we have a lot of mixed 17s showing up. They're making their own jet team. So thinking about just 3 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about they have the L-39s might fly together, 28s fly together, those kinds of things happening. But this is kind of unique. More jets are coming. And with last year, we had the MiG-29 on the ramp. We may get it back, but I'd say it's probably not likely because the owner is kind of busy with his government work right now. So, but he's bringing more of his other jets back. So we'll have some F-5Fs and possibly NASA T-38, those things. Yeah. Somebody something? Oh, the boss is in charge writing down here. She's on the runway, or runaway, whichever we would call it. Okay. So with that, again, thank you for all of your help. Thank you for from everything. We're trying to do as much as we can to help each other. I always need volunteers. I'd like to go over all the volunteers that we have on the list. We have a lot. I always get complaints when it comes to banquet time. Oh my gosh, he needs tickets again. So thinking about why we need so many, because we do put on those hours and we do have a lot of surges on help. And obviously some people in here are over the age of 30 tugging airplanes. We could use people that could come back and get some more people trained. So I'd like to get some more tug drivers trained as far as in specialists and equipment. So thank you so much for all your help. Okay? Bring your children. She is. She brought one. All right, next.
And now for the person who probably is going to win the award for the longest commute to our meeting. Warbirds.
Thank you. It was nice to be the target for tonight. And thanks to El Choco for reminding me that he works for me. Actually, no, we have a very good working arrangement. When I desperately need people, he comes and helps, and he spends the rest of the time glad-handing the Navy and giving them chocks. Last year was actually pretty good for us. We had almost a full field for the first time in probably about 6 or 7 years, on Warbirds anyway. Fortunately, there weren't quite so many T6s, so the shared line finished up full of Warbirds. Otherwise, we'd have had a problem. The expansion of the VIP parking lot is slowly encroaching on my area, but I think we've got it worked out for next year. And numbers last year, the L19s, Uncle Weinfurter there brought about 18 of them for their anniversary, which was great. The coming year, of course, is Chipmunk's 80th. I've been told that we've got 20-something of them, so there'll be about 12. But it means I'll probably have 2 rows of chipmunks at least, which will be great, because they were built just down the road from where I live. It's like bringing them home. L4s, L5s were down, and that's actually quite fortunate because the space to put them in was down as well, so they fitted perfectly. Red Stars seem to have made a comeback after a couple of years of not wanting to be with us, but there were plenty of them last year. I would share the need, please, please, please get the field rolled. There are bits of Elbird area now which are so rough that I don't like even taking tail draggers through them because they're bouncing up and down like crazy. Probably the high spot of last year was giving Gabe Vermeer his lead. So I now have a very competent and, much more importantly, far younger assistant. He's more glamorous than me as well. And he brought quite a few people from Western Michigan University he's at. Unfortunately, I know at least one of them is now working for the airline, so she's unlikely to be here, but it meant that our average age on Warbird Elbird line went from being something like 65 to 30. Yeah. The other thing I'd like to say is floaters. Thank you for all your assistance. It's very nice to know that when you call up for somebody, they will turn up almost immediately and they know what they're doing. And I'll just go and chase my spare granddaughter. I'll still keep talking, don't worry. I'm just bringing her out before she locks herself in here. Come on, you. Come on. You going to say hello? Right, sorry about that. I think I'm going to have another sweatshirt made, and it's going to say Grandmom on the back. But that's everything except reenactors. Now, I have to admit, when reenactors stole a bit of my land, I was a bit miffed, as we say in England. But if they'd moved that repulsively ugly green trailer, it would make a hell of a difference. No, I actually quite like working with them in many ways, and they provide, the trailer is awful, but they provide a really great backdrop because the Elbirds sitting in front of the tents look like the real thing. So I did get an email actually from Mike Pope earlier to say please mention the reenactors and say how wonderful we are, or something like that. But having got used to them, and I think they've got used to me, we're actually working to a reasonable level of I was going to say acceptance, but something along those lines. Other than that, I'd just like to say thanks to everybody Elbird wise. So as I was reminded, of course, El Choco, Uncle Weinfurter. I don't think there's anybody else Elbird here, is there? No. Well, she's a sort of an associate. Oh, an Army Amy. Yes, all right. She counts as well then. Thank you all. Anybody got any questions? No, good.
Merchandise. What? Oh, living history. Duh. Alphabetical. Shane.
Hello, my name is Shane Van Lin. I'm the current chair for Warbirds Living History Group, as we're next to Phil there, which has been a great working relationship, I would say. Yes. So I look forward to doing a better job in the future with you. So this last year has been pretty nice with the weather-wise. No injuries. Our equipment's been well, and we've had a lot of public come through the camp. And it's also nice to see everybody's smiling faces as well in Oshkosh, as other people have said, because Oshkosh definitely has that patina per se. Yeah, it's a little muggy. Yeah, we have a strong crew, about 60 people that participate throughout the week. They're all hardworking and dedicated to the hobby and trying to aid the mission of keeping them flying. And we look forward to doing that more in the future with as much as possible. That's pretty much all I have to say on that. I'll put it up to my lips next.
Now merchandise. Yep. We can do two people.
Oh yeah, you can talk too because
All
you
three.
know stuff that I don't know. Absolutely. I am a vocalist. However, I usually have it on a stand, so we'll see how it goes. Merchandise was amazing this year. We did have a little hiccup at the beginning of the week. Is when Brian Churchill tried to die on us. His wife felt she should be in the by the hospital with him. So, the merchandise volunteers stepped up huge, and filled Diane's shoes for me pretty much, and that was fabulous. And Brian didn't die. In fact, Brian is doing quite well. So, y'all know that. Yeah. We had another little hiccup at the beginning when our workroom has been converted to a museum, and we had to move into our barn. Once again, the volunteers stepped up huge, and we were able to move all of our furniture and get it all set up. All y'all stepped up huge. We did $353,000 worth of business in 11 days, and which is double the sales we had the year that before Diane and Pam and I took over as chairman. So thank you all. If you're wearing your Warbirds merchandise, thank you for modeling. If you're not, thank you for buying anyway. We had 2,277 hours of volunteers that got recorded. I know there are people who didn't record, but and we had 62 individual volunteers. During show, we had about 25 running the place. We live on Moonlighters. So those of you who spend time in the shop when you don't have your other regular volunteer gig, thank you very much. Everyone is welcome before show, because we work before show, after show, during show, all of those things. I believe that Amy is the only full-time volunteer that is here, and we've met her already today. Thank you, Amy. And thank you to all of the Moonlighters who spend time with us and all of the chairmen who allow them to volunteer with us. And now we're going to make Nora talk about the stuff she knows.
It's not much, no. So just kind of on the admin merchandise side of it, we usually have sales over the holidays. So we did really well this year. Bigger than last year, sold 505 items, and we made $6,312. We did get a barcode printer so that we can print barcodes down at Warbirds instead of running back and forth to the EAA warehouse and back and forth. So we're very happy about that. Yes. No more trips, no. Well, it probably will be, but looking into historically, the northeast corner of the store has been a dead zone for selling products. We put hats, we put shirts, we put everything there. Haven't really been able to sell anything. Looking into maybe doing some fitting rooms in that area. I know people have been asking about that. So we're looking into that. Also looking into doing pop-up tents outside or next to the Warbirds in Review bleachers to do the book signings and then to also take some merchandise kind of relating to that day's theme and selling it there just so we can get some more merchandise sold. So yeah, and thank you very much to Linda for helping me out. Thank you to Peg, thank you to Amy, and everyone else who's helped us for merchandise.
Who's all here for merchandise? Everybody stand up. Thank you. Greg, Motor Pool.
Mike, I'm not going to hold you close to my mouth. Something wrong with that. Okay, let's start this off a little different here. From the Motor Pool group, I got a lot of volunteers who help with this. I don't always see who are, but I can quickly recognize the people who have grease under their nails. So there's Matt Bongers, Matt Browning. I've got a whole bunch of tuggers over here, but Doug Gateman, Ron and Dean and Brian are always showing up there, saving with the electric stuff, or the tools I forgot to bring, etc. And together, what that means is, during the show, we've had several improvements over the last couple of years. One of them is letting me know something is broken, rather than leaving it. You still can't hear me? Here, you take this off.
The folks online are typing and letting us know that we really have to keep the mic close to our.
That's good of the folks online. I'm probably in front of their picture too.
They want that changed.
Yeah. Tell you what, let me get off the camera. Any rate, thank you for doing this big change above all else. When equipment fails, please let me know. You don't have to come up and stop me from what I'm doing, because I'm probably not going to be care. I might be mean. But leaving it in the middle of the field broken is not the preferred alternative. You've been doing much better with that. Also, not most of the folks who operate this equipment get to do this once a year. They get zero practice on it. There's a couple of professionals, but overall, you're pretty respectful of the equipment, which means during the off season, we have less to repair. And this year is one of those. Right now, we have one tug down for Matt's favorite problem, brakes. Yes. And the good news is we've got two even older tugs coming to us from volunteer Steve Kleiman down in Kenosha. We just have to get them here, figure out what's wrong with them, maybe make them look a little prettier than they do, but that'll be adding to the fleet. With that means that we're hopefully going to be able to train more operators and work out a slightly different system for coordinating how we get out there with the increased number of jets coming in, a little change in the training about the awareness of intakes. It's easy to see a propeller spinning and not walk into it if you're looking. It's real difficult to tell when a jet is running when there's 30 others running there and you walk in front and lose something, like yourself. I have nothing else leading out on Motor Pool. Do you? So I think we're in good shape. Oh, and I'm giving up hopes on one last thing. That we'll ever get a canvas top for the M715. I'm the only guy who wants one.
No, right? Matt wants one too. He's working on it.
Who?
Bongers.
You want it too? I already gave money. They're out there. Oh yeah, Carl, thanks for training everybody every year. Last thing I want to do is stop tugging and go to a training course because things are happening there, but they need to do it and you do a good job. So thank you very much.
Pilot registration and distillery.
What do you want to hear about first?
We don't care about the first one.
All right, thanks. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you all again. For the first time, we got all four co-chairs from registration here. My wife, Kim, and Bob Schwartz are the co-chairs of data management. So if you want to know how many P-51s are here, you can come and ask me, but I'll turn around and ask them. So you be saving time going straight to them.
They could stand up.
Yeah, you can stand up. Yeah. Cindy Staffold is my co-chair for registration. She was a great find. She knows the software, knows the planes, and is actually willing to sit in a building during the air show for 11 days straight. So not everybody could do that. Colleen Alsberg is another one of our volunteers. She is a travel agent and leads tours all over the world, so she's got great people skills. So she's good at the window. And then last year I gave a shout out to Dave Staffold. If you don't go to the pilot briefings, you may not know him, but he's the one that takes care of making sure everybody's covered with the proper insurance and has all their forms filled out, and will not let them fly if they don't. And the FAA comes in several times during the week, and there might be a whole new crew of FAA people that come in and start asking questions. He shows them exactly what they got, and they shake his hand and leave with smiles on their face. So he's the one that keeps us flying, basically. We had 363 Warbirds this year, right on pace with, if you throw out 2024, which was kind of an outlier, it's right on our 5-year average. 2024, we had an issue apparently with a bunch of T6s passing on the clinic in Iowa, I believe it is, and they then didn't come on up to Oshkosh. So we were down about 40, but we're right back on the normal number, I guess. Let me see. No issues with supplies or anything this year. And I'd like to shout out to the welcome crew, because on the Monday formation group arrivals, sometimes some of those people come running right as soon as they shut the plane down. They come running up to register, and other ones stand there and debrief for a half hour before they come up. But I think the greeters hit every single one of them, because nobody came up after that arrival and said we didn't get greeted. Let's see. We're on our 4th year of our new software. We think we got the ropes on it pretty good, but we found a sensitivity in it this year. We had asked early on, if someone does not pre-register but they've been here before, can we import their information so we don't have to key it all in again? They gave us a cloning feature, but we found out this year that that feature brings in them whether they're a current member or not. And we were led to believe that the software wouldn't accept someone who wasn't in the database. So now that we know it, we'll look for it every time. But we did call all those people back, and they all came back in and renewed. So it's not a major deal. Let's see. And we also get a lot of duplicate pre-registrations. So anybody can pre-register an airplane as many times as they forget they've already done it. The software right now has no feature for highlighting that. So Kim has to go in and export it all to Excel and do a sort on it to make sure that she picks out all the duplicates. And I'm not 100% sure if you have the authority to delete them or not. So we just have to go back up through the chain to get them taken out. There was some concern after the 2024 air show that apparently a fair amount of wristbands were showing up online. And we're sure they weren't coming out of our building, but we took a look at our operation. And ever since we took it over from Lynn Gates, the wristbands have been in an unlocked closet. We lock all the windows, lock the doors when we quit for the day, but the door to the merch building can be opened. So we count all of them when we get them in. We count. Our software tells us how many we give to pilots. We can go to EAA and get the number that we sell on the EAA software. So we subtract that number from it. We count them up, make sure it matches. We give them all to Kristen at the end of the day. They go in her office in a lock cabinet, and we count them again when we bring them out the next day. So just making damn sure that none of them escape us. We were able to get an F-35 Lightning signed up for judging this year. The judges are always thrilled when they didn't get to crawl around on it, obviously, but they got to take a close look at it. The pilots talked about, because they saw the A-10 and the P-47 flying a heritage flight, and they said, hey, can we do that with a P-38? And so who do you talk to about getting a P-38 there? Connie. Connie said, oh, I can get a P-38 there, but we all know how difficult it is to get certified to do a heritage flight, so there's no guarantee on it, but I'm sure the questions have been asked. I think that's about it. Yeah, my last thing was recognizing Dave, and I already did that at the beginning. So, all right, any questions for us at all? Really? Okay. So maybe it's in progress. What? From the email that went out, you mean? Yeah, we were a little concerned when the email went out and we weren't mentioned in it, and it said that the welcome wagon hands out credentials. So that was just an oversight. You know, we obviously showed up in the video, so no problem. I was a little bit concerned. I worked for the same company for 44 years, and I got downsized 3 times, so I know the signs. I did get back in twice. They recognized their mistakes. I'm still waiting for that 3rd phone call. But yeah, so we just wanted to make it clear that yeah, they're not going to be handing out their credentials are the chit that they give us, give the pilots. The pilots bring them to us, and we do all the wristbands.
I want to thank everybody in Warbirds Administration for their support and their demanding the pilots to not take the shots.
Yeah.
This is the first line of keeping the shots on.
Yeah. Yeah, we put them in the window with big sign that says, "Don't steal these."
Ramp. I know Steve Kinney's not here, and I don't know if he's dialing in. Is anyone here from? I don't see anybody. Anyone gonna? Okay, we'll just.
Is this on? Next time I'll wear my high visibility shirt. Should I move over there?
You can stay right there. Okay, good. You're right there.
Okay.
Turn to your right.
Turn to my right. Oh, there. Okay. I have a prepared statement. That is true. I am a drummer, not a singer. Nor am I a guitar player. So Steve sent me some notes, and so I'm going to kind of read a little verbatim. He came up with 18 T-28s. Does that sound right? I count them at different times, so I don't know if I got the right number or not. Okay, good. And the big thing we had out there that I thought was really cool was having the C1 and the C2 together for a little photo shoot. That was really, really awesome. So the tug folks that helped with that and was really nice. He says we had a strong year for the T-28 Navy ramp overall. Excellent participation, great teamwork, and smooth operations throughout the week. Highlight was the mass arrival of 13 aircraft on Monday afternoon. And he said at our peak, he figured about 18. We also had 3 Sky Raiders, which was nice, and especially in that early morning photo flight. That if you saw the pictures from it, it was awesome. They had a really good shoot out there. He said we had an outstanding working relationship with the FAA. Didn't hear anything from them, and I thought that was good. And we tend to pardon me. We plan to spend significant time working with the tow teams to fully bring the yellow Clark tug into service. And I talked to Greg about that a little bit last night, and I'm looking forward to getting that going. And he says we're going to use that a lot more heavily in the future. And another shout out goes to let's see. Well, it truncated the message. So I'm like, okay. So we had more rain than usual. It's required to use the pivot and become side parking areas for other areas. And teamwork is the key and all that. So we had a good year, and I'd like to thank especially Carl, because when we have the young guys come out and help us, they're ready to work. They know basically what we're doing. We just have to kind of fine tune it a little, and get it to go where we want it to go. So that's excellent. That's the goal, is to have them show up ready to help. So thank you for that. And thanks to everybody else that works with us in any large or small way throughout the entire week. It's a really great exercise out there. And I am a drummer, not a vocalist, not a guitar player.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I have to acknowledge the folks who are here from the T28 line. Stand up.
It would be us.
All the rest of you. Oh, wait. We're representing.
All right, thank you. Just a real quick schedule note. We've moved the Hoot video back to 11:15, so we can still get a few more groups in, and whatever groups that we don't get now, we will get after lunch. And we will do the drawings and auctions after lunch as well. And in fact, sometime during lunch, we will need to hand out a whole bunch of the tickets so that we can do the drawings, etc. So anyway, safety. No, it's not you, Carl. You are volunteer training, so you are V up there. Anyway, and safety is Ed Finnegan, and he has a good crew. Randy's on that crew with him for the. Randy, do you want to say anything about some of the stuff that you guys do? No, he doesn't want to do that. Okay, anyway. Ed's working on a variety of initiatives that do help with our safety efforts on the field, in particular during the shows. Security, Dennis.
Good morning. This on? Okay, you can hear me. So, okay, I'm Dennis Behenna from Warbirds Security, and we had quite an interesting year last year with the flooding in the campgrounds, and with, of course, Brian falling ill. Security was kind of handling some of the campground details, and also our other security details that we need to. Security is responsible for about 15 different areas in the Warbird area itself. So we had we had 156 volunteers last year to provide 24/7 security starting Saturday night through Sunday. They worked a total of 3,885 hours. That's quite a bit, and I know the other areas are probably pretty comparable to that also. So we put in a lot of hours. The CAP kids, again, John said, they did a fantastic job last year. They did, and we are very lucky to have them. I talked to Bethany Major Hiller from the CAP here last week, and I just asked her, out of curiosity, how many man hours do the CAP put in just in the Warbird area? And she told me approximately 4,000. And I was actually kind of shocked with that, but they put in a lot of hours with us. And we are very fortunate to have them. And Major Hiller works with us. Let's put it this way. I've put in a lot of requests that I thought she would probably turn down, but she made them happen. And it makes our job a lot easier. So, just again, I'm really not going to go into a lot of details on what happened last year with a lot of stuff, but it was kind of an interesting year. I will tell you that one of the things was at the beginning, during the flag raising ceremony, we had she's the show. Come on. Connie and Kyle came to me and asked me if I would fly the American flag over the Eagle Plaza for John Baugh, in honor of John Baugh. So we flew it over Eagle Plaza. We also flew it over the John Baugh building. And it was presented to Debbie by Connie and Kyle. So she has a flag in honor of her husband and of one of our great Warbird members. So let's see here. Okay, this is for the chairmans. I talked again to Major Hiller, and she said the work details for the Friday and Saturday, the Friday and Saturday before the AirVenture, the cadets will be available to help with setup from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So if you have things that you need to be done, heavy lifting, these are young men and young ladies. Yeah, well, you're going to have to get them before Kirsten does. No, if I usually have a flight of 13 cadets. So if Kirsten takes them all and somebody else needs one, we will take from Kirsten, okay? But these cadets want to work. And usually what winds up happening is they are sitting around. And then later on somebody comes to me and says, hey, I need some cadets. Well, if it's within that time frame, I have to call them over, which is fine. I mean, they're young, they can walk, okay? So if you have things that you think you're gonna need to have help with, let me know and I will schedule those with the cadets, okay? Yeah, Greg. To a certain extent, yes. We might be able to work that out. Get me when you get up there, and I'll talk to Bethany about that and see what. Yeah. Okay. Well, the cadets do a lot. They help us get the golf carts and the gators down to our area and also back. And they have to be licensed drivers. You know. Oh yes, they love it. They look forward to that. You know. So. And then for teardown, from 7 a.m. until 1 p.m. So again, on the last day, if you need their help, let me know, because we'll get them there, get them working. It makes it easier on us, and they like to do it. They enjoy doing it. So please let me know. Last year, I had some questions about our sweep. And I'm going to get with Tower, with John, and explain our basically pushback or our sweep, however you want to call it, so that everybody understands what we're doing. Because if you don't know what we do, it looks strange. So I'm going to try to make sure everybody's on the same page with that. Yeah. You mean at 4:30 when we go in access and you can't be in there? Nobody can be in there?
That's coming up.
Right, yeah, and I think they're going to explain that. So, flag raising ceremony. Every year the cadets raise the colors on Saturday at 10 o'clock on Eagle Plaza and John Baugh. With the help of Scott, we have music. They really enjoy doing that. In fact, Scott put together a video for them last year. And if you guys can make it, I know everybody's busy, but if you can spare 10 minutes, the cadets would love an audience. And it's a great honor for the veterans. So 10 o'clock, Eagle Plaza. I see, and I'd like to thank all of our volunteers, all the Warbirds volunteers. They did a fantastic job last year. We do have one volunteer with us. John's back there. Let me tell you a little story about John. We cannot replace him. I can't move him anywhere. I can't put him any place except Warbird in review because Connie won't let me. she's in love with him. He does a tremendous job at Heidi and Audrey. He's always pleasant. He can be out there. I've stopped by numerous times and said, hey, we need to get you in shade. And he goes, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. If we don't have anybody covering that area, he'll work extra shifts, as a lot of our other volunteers do. So again, I would like to thank all of our volunteers, the ones that are watching, and especially George. George Roth is one of our co-chairmen, but he's also our office manager. He does a fantastic job of keeping track of our volunteers and the volunteer hours. So other than that, I don't have anything else. If anybody has any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank all the guys in security. We have a couple minutes before we dial Hoot in here. Do we have anyone from simulators? As you saw in the video, it's a fantastic program. We are going to be doing some cool things around the simulator building this year that I will touch on when we get to site planning this afternoon. And, you know, let's see. Scott, are we ready to dial in? This would be a head call moment. That's it, too late.
Oh, talk? Does that mean talk? Oh, okay. So, all right, Scott, am I cleared to go ahead and start? I guess I was going to show some PowerPoint slides. Is that what we want? Oh, okay. All right. Well, let's see if I can bring it up. Are you seeing my screen, Scott? Scott? No. Well, I showed that video is up. And oh, okay, here it is. Okay, great, great. Well, okay. Well, Scott asked me to talk about some of my experience with Warbirds, and so I think that will be fun. He didn't tell me how long to talk, but I'm going to start talking just in case it's supposed to be quick. Well, here's one of the Warbirds I got to fly, and this was great. This was right out of pilot training. I got awarded F4 Phantoms, and the Phantom was really a great airplane because it was not just a jet fighter, so it was pretty good air to air against the MiGs in Vietnam, but it also was a very good bomber as well. So it was a real genuine fighter bomber. So got to fly those, and after my combat cruise, I guess my squadron thought I had done well. This was my first tour, and they sent me to Navy Fighter Weapons School, better known as Top Gun. And I got to tell you, while I was going through Top Gun, there wasn't anybody there that looked anything like Kelly McGillis. And I guess that's fair. None of us were as good looking as Tom Cruise anyway. But speaking of Tom Cruise, After 2 deployments in the F-4 Phantom, I got selected for the 1st Operational F-14 Squadron, and this is actually my Tomcat, side number 114, and you can just barely see it says Lieutenant Bob Gibson on the front canopy. They wouldn't let me put Hoot on it, but they let me put Lieutenant Bob Gibson on it. What a cool airplane that was. Of course, variable sweep wing. So for super high speed flight above Mach 1, the wings would be swept all the way aft, and then we'd sweep them back all the way forward for cruise and holding, takeoff and landing. And speaking of landing, this is the view you had as you were approaching touchdown. You had to be very accurate because, as you can see, there are people and airplanes on the right side, and there are people and airplanes on the left side. So you had to be very accurate. I also got to fly this Warbird, which we don't really think of as a Warbird, but it certainly had a capability. And my 3rd mission aboard the space shuttle was a top secret Department of Defense mission. I was the mission commander, although militarily I was outranked by 2 Air Force colonels. I was just a Navy commander at the time, and I had 2 Air Force colonels, but you know what? It didn't matter. I'm the mission commander, even though they militarily outranked me. And we had a unique mission. We carried a major new intelligence satellite, and coincidentally, the mission just took us way up north over the Soviet Union. And so we were able to get this picture of the world's largest freshwater lake, Lake Baikal, in Russia. From this end of the lake to this end of the lake was 400 miles, but the lake was a mile deep. So it contained 20% of all the freshwater on Earth was in Lake Baikal. And I still haven't been formally told that I can say what we actually carried, but there was an Air Force magazine article that came out some years ago that said we carried the La Crosse imaging satellite, radar imaging satellite, the first of its kind. So I don't know if I'm confirming or denying, but anyway, that's what Air Force magazine said we had. Okay, well, Warbirds. I got acquainted with the Flying Museum out of Houston Hobby Airport, run by Jim Robinson, and he started collecting jet fighters, and he got a T-33, and I went and flew that with him, and I had flown those in the Navy though, and he had an F-86, and I said, yeah, that's pretty cool. But then when he got a MiG-15, I said, oh, Jim, can I fly your MiG-15? He said, sure, you can fly the MiG-15. So anyway, I, along with another former Navy pilot, Chuck Scott, we did air shows and did a Korean War dogfight. And we went to Oshkosh, 1989. And the theme then was Jennies to Jets. And so I think we brought 4 or 5 or 6 of the jet fighters that Jim had accumulated at that point to Oshkosh. And it was interesting. There were a number of visiting Russians. And of course, when we would do our dogfight routine, I would get shot down in the MiG. I had a smoke system. So when Chuck said, okay, I just shot you, I'd turn on the smoke system and come back in and land. And I asked one of the Russians, how did you like our air show? And he said, not so much, because of course the MiG got shot down. So anyway, I flew the MiG-15 for about 2 years in air shows, and then I called Jim Robinson, the owner, one day, and I said, Jim, that MiG-15 is really a lot of fun. I said, but you need to buy me a MiG-21. And he called me about 4 months later and said, okay, I just bought you your MiG-21. And man, oh man, was this a cool airplane. This is a photo taken at Oshkosh as well. And I had just finished flying in the air show. They gave me 6 minutes of time for the air show from the time they cleared me to take off and the time they wanted me off the runway, which I complied with. And but in 6 minutes, I burned 2/3 of the fuel that airplane carries, because it just doesn't carry that awful much fuel. And of course, for most of the flight, I was in afterburner. And that is a really fun airplane. It's a cool looking airplane in the air and on the ground. But it sure does burn up fuel, and it doesn't really carry that much. We had ours marked up like one of the top scoring MiG-21s from the Vietnamese. So it had Vietnamese markings on it, and the number 4326. That particular airplane had, as you can see, 13 kills altogether against us. And many years later, I met a couple of the Vietnamese aces. General Sot was one of them, and I think he had 7 kills in MiG-21s. And that was a cool airplane to fly. Also got to fly the F-86 Saberjet, and what a cool airplane that is. But I've always said, if there was ever an airplane that I think you didn't really need a great big briefing on, it's the F-86, because you'd pull out on the runway and you'd accelerate and you'd get to some speed above 100 knots and you'd rotate and off it would go and it would fly. And then you'd slow down and put your flaps down and come back in and slow down to some speed above 100 knots. And it was just a really easy airplane to fly, a really fun airplane, and a real classic. Okay, Hood, enough of these boring jets. Let's talk about some real warbirds. Okay, this isn't one, but this is my home-built Casset, a highly modified Casset. It has a wing on it that I designed and built out of carbon fiber and fiberglass in my garage, and it really improved the performance of it. But the reason I'm showing this is because I flew this airplane in regional demonstration air races for about 5 years in Texas, and that got me invited to fly this airplane at the Reno air races. The owner of the airplane, a great man named Mike Keenum. Many of you, I'm sure, know Mike Keenum and remember him. Asked if I would be interested in racing his Hawker Sea Fury in the Reno air races, and I think I said, "How much do I have to pay you?" "Yes, of course I would like to do that." And he was going to race it himself, but his wife actually saw a mid-air collision in the races in 1995, and she said never. And so Mike said, "Okay, what if I find somebody expendable, someone we could never get attached to, and we'll have him race it for us?" And so that's where I came in. So altogether, I got to race Riff Raff 10 years in the Reno Unlimited division. And we started out middle of the pack. So probably about number 15 or 17. But Mike made continued modifications to the airplane to increase the speed. And by the time we finished, I got 3 fourth-place finishes in a row in the Gold Championship race. And that was a cool airplane. Now, it's not the most sane thing on earth to be doing, because here's how we'd start the race. All of the racers would line abreast, and I'm this one right here, Riff Raff, line abreast on a pace plane, and in order to be fast enough, the pace plane is a T-33 jet. And he would lead us towards the race course, and then he's not crazy, he's not going down there. So about 2 miles prior, he would talk to the airplane on the pole, in this case, rear bear, and he'd tell him, "Okay, the guide pylon is at your 12 o'clock, about 2 miles." And he'd usually call, "Okay, I've got it in sight." And then Steve Hinton in the pace plane would say, "All right, gentlemen, you look good, you have a race." And he'd pitch up, and he was out of there. And then all of us, with all 8 airplanes in this picture, are heading for the guide pylon, but there's differing speeds on all those airplanes, so we would tend to spread out, which is good. The T6 class is really kind of exciting because they're all so evenly matched. It seems like they're all right together all the time. But here's where we race. We're racing at relatively low altitude around a set of 8 pylons. And of course, this is one of the pylons. And the top of this pylon is at 30 feet off the ground. And the rule for minimum altitude is my helmet must not be below the top of that pylon. I see that as a reasonable rule. I don't need to be any lower than we are here. And in this photo, Jimmy Leeward and I had just finished the one kind of short straightaway. And as you can see, I'm climbing all over him. Eventually, I did get past him. Sometimes it takes a lot of patience unless you've got a whole lot of speed difference between the two of you. But I eventually got past him on this one. And it is exciting. It's been referred to as uncooperative formation flying. And it's uncooperative because Jimmy sure doesn't want me there. And I don't want him there. I want him behind me. And he doesn't want me climbing all over him like that. But this is what air racing at Reno was like. And this is another picture. The one part of the race course where we could get a little lower than 30 feet even was if you are away from the pylons. The only time they could call you for low flying was at a pylon. They could say you were too low at that pylon. So this is in what was known as the Valley of Speed. And here I'm in front of Stuart Dawson, who is in a nearly identical Hawker Sea Fury. And he and I traded off year after year. Sometimes I was winning, sometimes he was winning, but we had a whole lot of knockdown, drag-out battles. Stuart and I did over all those years. Now, and of course, here's a picture of Mike Keenum, a really dear friend. And he wanted to race riffraff himself, and after about 7 years of us doing it, he finally told his wife, okay, you're not arriving till Friday, so I'm going to fly the Thursday heat race. And she would have a little bit of a meltdown over it, but she relented because he was determined. And so in our last, I think it was 3 years, Mike actually flew the Thursday heat race himself. And he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be a race pilot. He was a dear, dear friend. And I raced riffraff for him 10 years altogether, and have a wall of trophies from all those years of air racing, thanks to Mike. That's what got me introduced to the next airplane that I raced at Reno, another Hawker Sea Fury, and this was race number 232. And this was the fastest Sea Fury that ever raced Reno. And I didn't mention it, but the engine, if you're really serious about racing a Hawker Sea Fury, you took the stock engine out of it and you put an R3350 in it, so a 3,000 horsepower engine. And this airplane, race number 232, it had raced initially been raced by Mike Brown, and he called it September Fury. Rod Lewis bought the airplane from him and took away the September Fury part of it, but kept race number 232. And one of the big reasons it was the fastest one was that normally a Hawker Sea Fury has an air intake right here on the leading edge of the left wing for the oil coolant. And with riffraff, we always had trouble keeping the oil cool enough in a race. We could get by the 6-lap preliminary races, but for the 8-lap final championship race, we would empty our ice buckets into the water tank for the water spray bar that we had for the oil cooler, because it was that challenging to keep the oil cool enough in an 8-lap race. Well, 232, you see, doesn't have an air scoop there because it had a water boil-off system, a water methanol boil-off system, and this is the exhaust pipe right here for the steam. And what it would do, it would boil water methanol, which boils at 80 degrees C, which is the perfect temperature for your oil to be. And so it didn't have all the drag of that air being sucked into the wing and then dumped back out. So as a result, it was faster. 232 was faster than the two R4360 powered Sea Furies, because they had, I'll show in just a moment a photo of one of those. They had to have two oil coolers. They had to have one on the left wing and one in the right wing to try to keep that thing cool. So even though they had nearly 4,000 horsepower, 232 was faster because of the difference in aerodynamic drag. And so here's the cockpit of 232, and you can see it's a busy place. We had ADI, anti-detonation injection, water methanol injection into the engine, and 232 had this boil-off system back behind the pilot seat in the cabin, in the fuselage, and it was continually boiling water. And you had to really keep a close eye on this thing. And these big radial engines, which are mostly what I ran, they really took a lot of attention. You had to make sure that they were really getting enough ADI. You'll notice the induction temperature gauge has a very narrow range, 70 to 90. And you had to make sure that you were getting enough water methanol injected into it. You keep a close eye on the torque gauge because horsepower is torque times RPM. With a constant speed propeller, I have a constant RPM, but if anything happens to my torque gauge, if it starts dropping off, that means my horsepower is dropping off. You better get ready to perform an emergency landing. And so these things were busy to keep an eye on them. You'll notice oil temperature has a very narrow range too. It looks like about 8 degrees or so that it wants to be. And so these things were busy. And so you were making sure that you didn't hit the ground, you didn't hit a pylon, you didn't hit another airplane, but you had to be keeping a close eye on your engine the whole time you were in a race. Well, here's me trying to pass, and I did pass eventually, one of the R4360 powered Sea Furies, and you notice here 2 oil coolers, one on the right wing, one on the left wing as well. 232, none of that aerodynamic drag. And so that's what made race 232 the fastest Sea Fury. And this is Stuart Dawson, one of the years that he was racing Rare Bear. And I like to show this photo to people because unlike NASCAR, we don't hate each other. In fact, the pilots that race the Unlimiteds at Reno, we are a very close-knit brotherhood. It's only about 30 of us or so, 35 of us, and we dearly love each other. Yeah, now in the air, I'm going to wax your ass. And it's knockdown drag out, and I want to win, and I'm going to win. But we dearly love each other, and that's why I really like to show this photo of he and I out at Reno. Him talking about how he's going to beat me, and me talking about how I'm going to beat him. So here's a cool photo. This was from the GoPro footage, and this is me taking the checkered flag for second place in 2012, which that was the highest I had finished at that point in air racing, was second place in the Unlimiteds. And that was really exciting. Now, the very next year, we got off to a really great start because I qualified at 480.249 miles an hour. And that's the fastest that a Sea Fury had ever qualified at. And so we were really looking forward to big things that year, only it wasn't to be. In the, I don't remember now whether it was the Friday or the Saturday heat race, this happened. The induction air scoop on top of the cowling, it turns out, was only made out of fiberglass. And that's not strong enough. And at high power, high speed, that thing got sucked into the engine, and the engine didn't like it at all, and so it backfired and blew the scoop off the airplane. Pieces hit my windscreen, pieces hit the horizontal tail, pieces took off the GPS antenna right behind my cockpit. And so it was time to mayday out of there. And of course, what you did for a mayday, you can see the cowling, see how it has buckled and destroyed the air scoop and buckled the cowling. And it's time to zoom for altitude and trade your airspeed into altitude. Get up high, get below your gear speed, and get your landing gear down just in case the engine seizes totally and you have no hydraulics, and head for a runway. And so this is an amazing photo by a photographer named Jared Ulrich, and he has sent me more great photos over the years. I don't know how he got this close to me pitching up on my way for altitude, and then this is coming back into land. You'll notice I opened the canopy on that airplane for landing. It has such a small, tiny bubble canopy for streamlining that in order to have a bigger field of view for landing, I open the canopy, and that lets me get my head a little bit higher, and you can see the wrecked cowling as well. And so here I am safely on the ground, rolling out, and this is what it looked like when I got it parked. Now, I didn't have a total engine failure on this one. The engine was obviously very much degraded because pieces went into the supercharger and messed it up as well. But I still had a little bit of engine remaining. So that was 2013. 2014, now we had a carbon fiber air scoop, and so things are going to be much better. We're going to have a much better year in 2014, only it wasn't meant to be. Here I am running in my qual run before the first heat race, and I never got past the qual run because the sound of the engine changed as I was approaching pylon number 4, and I'm a constant speed prop, so the RPM's still the same, but I was watching my torque drop off. And so I pulled inside the race course and zoomed for altitude, and passing through about 2,500 feet AGL, the engine just totally shredded. Torque dropped off to 0, which means I have no engine remaining. Cockpit filled with smoke. The safety chase joined up on me. Of course, I got up to altitude, get the gear down right away because you really want that. And of course, the gear is relatively low drag compared to the flaps. So once you see you've got the runway made, then okay, go ahead and get the flaps down as well if you've got lots of energy remaining. But this was another dead stick landing. So this is why we practice those. And it was like the golfer Tom Watson that said, you know, the more I practice, the luckier I get. And so this is why we practice dead stick landings. Every year at Reno in the practice sessions, I would go to the worst place on the race course, which is where I happened to be for this one, was approaching pylon number 4, which is the farthest away, heading away from the runways. And you would roll your throttle back to idle gently, and then pull inside the race course and call race 232 simulated emergency, and then go ahead and fly the whole profile right up to, even including touchdown if you want to go ahead and touchdown, but just to make sure you could make the runway okay. Well, that was my last year of racing Sea Furies. The owner decided that he was tired of buying me new engines every year. So I raced 232 4 years, and 3 of those 4 years, the engine got shredded. And the 1 year it didn't, I got second place overall. And meanwhile, racing 232, Tiger DeStefani of Strega kept bugging me saying, Hoot, when are you going to come race Strega? And I said, Tiger, I'm tied to this team. I can't bail out on them. So I wasn't going to do it. But after this crash in 2014, the owner decided that he was going to sell the airplane. Tiger called me about the next week and said, okay, there's no reason you can't race Strega now, right? And I said, yeah, you're right. I can now race Strega. Well, talk about a racing machine. This thing has got to be the most highly refined racing machine for the unlimited class ever. You can see from this view, I wanted to show this view because it shows the doghouse and the air scoop that's underneath, and those of you that are P51 types can recognize this is not a stock air scoop. It is tiny. It's a whole lot smaller, and as a result, we need a water spray bar for the radiator as well as the oil cooler, which, as you all know, is inside the doghouse. And so that's very highly refined. The wings are clipped and smooth, greatly smooth, as is the whole fuselage. The canopy, the P-51D canopy's been removed, and it's got a little tiny racing bubble. However, I still had far better field of view out of Strega than I did out of the Sea Furies because of that huge R-3350 in front of me, that huge barrel fuselage. You can't see hardly anything. And so you are on the ground, nervous all the time, S-turning to make sure you're not about to taxi into a car or another airplane while you're taxiing. Well, once again, lots of neck and neck racing and lots of things to manage. This was the cockpit of Strega, and I had more things to manage here because the ADI, the water methanol injection for the engine, was controlled by this rotary knob over here on the panel. And so I had to meter that to keep the induction temperature up here between about 55 and about 75. And I needed to keep the engine coolant cool as well. So that called for the water spray bar. That's out of the photo. Down on my left side, next to the seat, was another rotary knob that I had to turn to meter how much spray bar water I was getting. There's also, as you P-51 guys know, the cooling door, the coolant door, and that was a switch off by my left shoulder to where I could open or close the door further or close it more. And this is interesting. The manifold pressure gauge is upside down. And the reason for that is the part of it that I want to really pay attention to is up here. And so this puts it up higher than if it were down here. So that's why Tiger had the thing mounted upside down. Now that was exciting. Initially, the engine was brand new racing engine. Steve Hinton's son, had done 3 short hops on it just to start to break the engine in. And then I had flown it, I think about 2 or 3 sorties before taking it to Reno. But for qualifying and the Friday heat race, that engine was not totally seated. And so I found myself playing catch up to Rare Bear. And this is Stuart Dawson again. He's now racing Rare Bear. And so here's more uncooperative formation flying. And Stuart's wife gave me a real compliment. She said watching this stuff really made her nervous, but she said she was glad it was me climbing all over Stuart like that. Well, I eventually, on the Saturday heat race, the engine finally seated, and I wound up passing Voodoo, who had really done a brilliant move right at the start. And Stuart and I had gone a little bit high and wide on the start, and Stephen Hinton flying Voodoo said, "I'm not going high and wide." He cut to the inside, and all of a sudden I was in 3rd place. So I first had to pass Stuart and Rare Bear, which I did, and then catch Stephen, and got past him. And here's a picture in the championship race. This is an incredible photo taken by Anthony Taylor. And both of those photographers that I just mentioned, Jared Ulrich and Anthony Taylor, every year would email me photos that they took. This is an incredible photo. This is the 2nd lap of I have just finished the 1st lap of the championship race. And I did that race in 503 miles an hour in Strega. The 2nd lap, 498. And you'll notice in this photo, Strega is in razor sharp focus, traveling at nearly 500 miles an hour. The pylon is blurred, and once again, my helmet is above the pylon, so I must be 50 feet probably in this picture. And that race went very well for me. I won the Unlimited Championship, the only time I ever got to win the Unlimited Championship, because Tiger after that year decided he needed a younger pilot to race it. Although, let the record show, the younger pilot didn't go as fast as I did. And I've been told that I'm the oldest person to ever win the Unlimited Championship, which I guess that's good. And finally, I have one more boring slide to show you. And somebody sent me this compilation that they had put together, and it's kind of clever. I don't always win Reno, but when I do, I run a hot lap of 5:03. Stay fast, my friends. So those are the slides I was going to share with us today, and I hope you enjoyed those. So let me see if I can get myself back on the main screen. Let's see. I think I got to dump this, and then sure I do. Yes, sir. Scott, can you repeat what that was? Oh, yes, yes, that was a lot of fun. Let's see, that was the last year that Combat Jets Flying Museum was in business, and it was 1991, if I'm remembering right. And Jim Robinson had decided that the museum was getting in his way. He wanted to marry, settle down, have kids, and he decided all these jets were a distraction. And so he awarded all the jets to EAA Oshkosh. And so Ed Schneider, of course, was flying the F-104, and I delivered the MiG-15 and the MiG-21 to Oshkosh. And so it was decided that for the air show, Ed Schneider and I, he in the F-104, me in the MiG-21, we would do a drag race to 10,000 feet. And so we would fly down the runway at about 500 feet above the ground, and then I would call on the radio. I was in the lead, and he was flying wing. I would call on the radio, okay, stand by for afterburner, on my mark, 3, 2, 1, now. When we both go to full afterburner, I would accelerate to 4. Oh, and I wanted to start at 350 knots. Well, 350 in the F-104, I've only flown the F-104 one time. 350 is really slow. And in fact, for anything slower than 350, you go to half flaps. And so I wanted to start at 350 because that would put him a little more behind the 8-ball. And he insisted on 400 knots. So we started at let's see, is that right? Well, anyway, we finally agreed on a speed. I guess it was 350. And so I lit the burner, I accelerated, picked up 400 knots, immediately went vertical. He had to pick up 500 knots, so he was down below me for a while. And all 3 days that we did this for the air show, the finish was exactly the same. It was to race to 10,000 feet, and he'd be behind me, catching up because he's going faster, and he would pull up a beam right next to me, right as we passed through 10,000 feet. So it was a dead heat every time we did it. Well, that's how hot that MiG-21 was. It was a hot airplane, and I really enjoyed that. And that was a lot of fun doing that drag race. But like I say, it was a dead heat each time we did it. Well, you know, I didn't know how many airplanes I had flown until Smithsonian Air and Space Magazine told me they're going to put me on their cover. And on their website, they wanted to list how many airplanes I'd flown. And I told them, I don't know how. And they said, well, make us a list. So I did that. This was some years ago, I think maybe 1998 or so. And I've kept the list updated. So the answer is I've flown 164 different airplanes, helicopters, gliders, and so on. And my favorite airplane is that MiG-21. It was so adaptable, and it was so quick and easy to get the thing started and ready to go that I'm convinced that, you know, it was built to be an interceptor. And I'm convinced you could do a 2-minute scramble in that airplane because it had a system where the engine could start itself. You'd flip 2 switches. You'd turn the battery on. You'd hit the start switch. You didn't have to move the throttle at all. You could put it in the idle position, and it would start itself. You position the switch to retract the speed brakes, which we parked it with them open, and you position the switch to lower the flaps to take off flaps. And while the engine was starting itself, retracting the speed brakes and putting the flaps to half, you're strapping in. And so I'm convinced you could do a 2-minute scramble in that airplane. So anyway, it was a hot rod. It was a Mach 2, just like the F-104, a Mach 2.1 jet airplane. So cool airplane. Yeah, I copied part of that. It's about 232. Sorry. I don't think it was. I don't think it, well, no, it could be, although I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it could very well be because, of course, the Sanders brothers were the ones that built that airplane up for Mike Brown to race and made it such a fast airplane with all the things they put into it. So therefore, it probably is because it was probably in the family. Yes, sir. Well, um, it's kind of a funny story. Those of you that have seen the movie Top Gun Maverick, I wonder if you remember the part where they were talking to one of the backseaters, one of the Rios that was going to be flying with them in the 2-seat F-18s in Top Gun Maverick, and his name was Bob, and and so they were asking him. They said in this scene, I think it was in the bar. They said, "Well, what's your name?" And he said, "Well, Bob." And he said, "Well, what's your call sign?" And he said, well, well, Bob." I think they got that from me because what happened was when I got to my Phantom Squadron, the operations officer, the first day that I was there, I joined the carrier in the Tonkin Gulf to replace a crew that had been sort of shot down. And the ops officer said, "Okay, well, what's your nickname?" And I said, "Well, it's Bob." And he said, "No, come on, I mean a real nickname." And I said, "Well, occasionally I've been called Hoot." And that came from the movie star cowboy of the 1920s, 1930s, I think he made 100 movies. He was a real famous, popular cowboy movie star. And so if your last name's Gibson, you're going to get Hoot for a nickname. So it was April the 13th, 1972, when I checked into Fighter Squadron 111, that all of a sudden I became Hoot. And so I've been Hoot ever since then. So that went on my name tag, my leather name tag. That went on my canopy of my Phantom. That went on my squadron coffee cup. So I've been Hoot ever since April 13th of 1972. Oh, okay, yeah, it was an F4, not a 104, but it was an F4. And you're just trying to choke me up, Scott, because I, I frequently get choked up telling this story. My dad was my hero and my mentor. He's the one that taught me how to fly. And I'm very fond of saying if I have done well as an aviator, it's because he was an aeronautical engineer and a test pilot, and I wanted to be my dad. I wanted to be an aeronautical engineer and a test pilot. And anyway, if I've been successful, it's because he's the one that taught me not just how to fly, but why. All the aerodynamics and structural things and everything that goes into it. And so the airplane I was flying, the airplanes have been parked for several weeks now as we were transiting from Vietnam on the way back home. And we sailed directly from the Philippines, Great Circle route. So we were up near the Aleutian Islands on our way back to the West Coast. And then it was finally time to fly off every flyable airplane. Well, the first airplane I tried to fly couldn't spread the wings, and so it was no good. And so they said, okay, well, we're going to launch another group of planes in a half an hour, so maybe you can be in that group. So the second group, I had an airplane that the crew chiefs had to stomp on the wing lock on the wings to get them to manually go closed. And I didn't have a radio, I didn't have a tack in, I didn't have any navigation. I was on another pilot's wing, Slick Burns was my flight leader. And I joined, and I launched off the carrier, got on his wing, and he led us back. And I'll never forget, we were about 300 miles out to sea when we launched. And so we're driving along, there's nothing but clouds and ocean. And I caught my first glimpse of land, and I felt this old shot of pee to the heart, which is known as a lemur, because it was my initial shock upon seeing land. And then I said to myself, oh, wait, that's not Vietnam. I don't need to be scared. I don't need to be, tense, because that's California. So we flew in, coasted in up near Big Sur, down the length of California, landed, and he had me land first, and then he landed, and I followed him into parking. Anyway, the part Scott wants me to talk about was I got out of my F4 Phantom, and I'm standing there, and my dad walked up to me, and he put a big hug on me, and he said, "You will never know how for the last 6 months I had wished I never taught you how to fly." And being a dad myself, I can understand that, because I've got a couple of sons as well. And so, yes, there is a fair amount of tension when your sons and daughters are in harm's way. And so may God bless them and keep them safe and bring them back to us safely. Oh, it's a pleasure, Scott. I think you're better than good. I think you're great. So thanks for inviting me. Okay, my pleasure.
That was really a great opportunity to have Hoot dial in with us today. And many of us in the past have had the pleasure of seeing him in Oshkosh and flying. Some of us who are a little less young than others remember the MiG and the F-104 flights, and as if it was yesterday. So there is a question from Dino. Are we going to get the rollers this year? We were able to get a roller a couple times this past year, and we did roll Area 51. Bob, Brett, myself were out there bouncing around on the rollers several weekends. And we rolled Liaison, we rolled Area 51, we rolled part of Bomber area until Bob got kicked out. Well, you know, can't blame him. It was Bob. So, and he didn't have a radio on him. So, it's not like an airplane can't see a big old roller going along. And our kidneys are still in place. Some of our fillings are not, but, you know, what can you say? Okay, it is lunchtime. So we have burgers, we have brats, we have cheese for the burgers, we have kraut for the brats. What else do we have? We have Kristen here waiting for you to hand her a donation. We have buns. We have bacon. We have beans. Oh my gosh. Chow time. you did count more than just one table several times, right?
That's right.
Okay.
I did simplify things. I picked groups.
Okay. So hopefully everyone's enjoying their lunch. Oh my gosh, look at this. Brats, burgers, cookies. Ooh, where are the cookies? No, I'm going for the cookies. Just a quick weather note. There were forecasts for some snow. And in fact, should I go over by Mark Schillebrit, our professional meteorologist, and ask him for an update? I just looked at radar, and it's staying south of us.
Yeah, thanks for, while I'm ramming my chow pipe here. Yeah, most of the precip's going to stay to the south today for us. If there's anything, it'll just be a little flurries. If we do have any accumulation, it'll probably be less than an inch.
Good afternoon again, everyone. We appreciate everyone coming here. We appreciate everyone dining and enjoying the burgers, the brats, all the accoutrements. And you need to eat more because we have a lot of brats and burgers still left over. So everybody's got to go back in line again and have 2 or 3 more brats and burgers. By the way, everyone knows Mike Vaccaro here. Hi, Mike. Just don't keep Mike close to your mouth. And Mike will be putting any of the leftover brats and burgers in sandwich bags or food bags, whatever. And see him if you would like to take some of those, some leftovers, some doggy bags. A lot of brats in particular. So thank you. They're good for you.
Can I get your attention just for a second, please? After the meetings, we do our giveaways, and I have my usual bottles of blackberry brandy that we auction off for medicinal purposes only, obviously. But if anybody wants to taste this year's vintage, I'm going to put this little bottle up by the coffee cups up there. Feel free to take some. Some of the people in the hotel lobby hit it pretty hard last night, so there's not much.
just still give us your $10.
Oh yeah. Bill's never afraid to shoot me down. Have you met Hope, our curator?
Oh, absolutely. We met in the super secret group.
Oh, that's right.
And we do have non-disclosure agreements for everyone to sign. No photos.
That's funny.
And blindfolds.
Blindfolds. And everybody gets frisked on the way out.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's just a normal Tuesday.
It really is. Yeah.
For us today, all we're going to do is just say a few words, introduce
Cool.
Hope, and then just kind of chat about what we do. Like, we don't have a presentation or anything.
Oh, good,
We'll
good.
just keep it.
We have to finish up some stuff, so it's going to be a little later than 1. So
Yeah, that's
cool.
fine. That's fine.
We have
Hey, how you doing,
cookies.
That will take care.
Okay.
But yeah, so there's, I mean, we were going to keep it to like 20 minutes or something.
Super.
Just kind of an update of what we're doing. And then, you want me to announce here what the super secret
Yeah,
thing is? Or gonna
because we really think about how many. We have a total of 75. Not everyone's going to go over because we're going to clean up stuff here.
We're going to break up into groups of about 6 or 7.
Oh, super. Okay, yeah. Tell them about that.
We're going to have 2 airplanes plus that room. So between the 3 spots, we should be able to break up.
Excellent.
Cool.
So speaking of what's going to happen on the site in 2026, we will have our Sunday picnic out at the Nature Center. And there will be an insurance picnic. We're just not sure when yet. For the site updates, as you know, we relocated the tent camping entrance to the road, CAP Road. The Welcome Warbirds building, most of the repairs are completed, but we still are going to be re-siding the building before AirVenture this year. The Warbirds flight deck on the east side of the Quonset hut, the Fagan Quonset hut, has been completed. We're going to be doing special events there this year, and it's going to be it's beautiful. Just turned out really, really well. Connie and her friends are still working on the life-size Bud Anderson statue. That'll be coming to the Bud Anderson Park on the west side of the merchandise building. Next slide, please. Oop, there is a aerial view of where the old entrance to the campground and the new entrance to the campground is. Oh, and a really nice aerial of the Warbirds flight deck. The Bud Anderson Park, you've all seen that on the northeast corner of Audrey and Idy. Next. Facilities projects in progress for this year. The partner area, which is on the west side of the simulator building, will be expanded. That'll eat up some of the Elbert area. We'll show a graphic on that shortly. But also on the west side of the simulator building, we are going to be putting a platform, basically another deck. So that'll be on the west side of the simulator building. It'll be really cool, and that'll be a spot for people who are waiting to go into the simulator building can kind of hang out. And we'll put some tables up there with some umbrellas and stuff like that. So that's going to be pretty cool. Next, okay. We'll be adding some electrical service in the partner area, and here's a graphic of the expansion of the partner area. You can see that it's going to be going north into the Elbert area. Philip? We lost Philip. That's okay. He doesn't need to see this anyway. Next slide. Phil who? No, you don't. And that's what it looks like when in some straight lines, and some of the folks who are going to be in there. We were doing some other little repairs around the area. Nothing as big as last year when we did the deck and some other the storage building for merchandise. Let's see. We are talking with EAA regarding siding of Warbird showers. That would be great, and also doing a revamp on the inside. We're doing some repairs to the Food Shack east door, and a small thing, a vent fan cover, the statue placement, and what is that last one? Oh,
we may wash the Fagan hut exterior. We're starting to see some kind of looks like corrosion, but it's just dirt on the Fagan hut. So we're going to get a quote on how much that would cost and get that off. We'll see what we'll do on that. Oh, is this our warrant, our meeting? Okay. Oh, these are just the benefits which many of you already know about being a member of Warbirds of America. And there's a list that you can't even read, but you know they are there. Okay, there it is. Free access to the EAA Museum. The ASTC passport program had been free, and if I can find Kristen, she would tell me what the new arrangements are through EAA regarding the museum access program. There's an extra fee of how much?
With the ASTC program, if you plan on being a part of that, you have to be a full EAA member with a full Warbirds membership, because the ASTC program has decided to not grant us access if you don't have altogether a $100 membership, I think it is. So most of you are just basic members of EAA, so you can be a part of Warbirds. So the ASTC program is kind of like a program where you get discounts and free entrance to some museums throughout the U.S., I think it is. But if you're a basic member, you wouldn't have access to that.
Hello? Okay, yep, it works. Testing, testing. I don't want to get Mike too close to my lips. What's next on our list? Oh, back. Back one more. More. And we need the slide up on the screen. Hi, Mom. There it is. One more back, please, just to make sure we're... Oh, one more. And one more just for the heck of it. Oh, no, well, let's go forward. Okay, I have, because someone said that I'm not as young as I used to be, Rick. These are some of the highlights. We know that the Red Arrows, the UK demo team, are going to be coming to Oshkosh, and they will be parked up at the terminal up by Basler. They will have security. We will have F-35s hanging from trees. So far, I've heard 5 or 6 of them. C-17, B-52, C-5, several C-130s, a P-8, an Osprey, A-400, T-38-8. You younger people can read all this stuff, by the way. EA-18, T-45s, Sky Raider, several F-15s, UH-60s, a 72, a Twin Otter, a KC-46, and the C-54 will be active military aircraft joining us in Oshkosh as far as where they park, etc. A lot of these will be 1331, and some will be on the Boeing Plaza at different times throughout the week. B-29 Doc will be there. PB-4Y will be up in our neck of the woods. They will have a showing down at Boeing Plaza. They are working on, and they feel that they're very close to bringing the movie Memphis Belle B-17 to Oshkosh this year, which would be parked with aluminum overcast down at Boeing Plaza. Diamond Lil may grace us with an appearance, which would be part-time in Warbirds and part-time in Boeing Plaza. I did request steel plates for under the mains for the PB-4Y and for Diamond Lil, and right now it doesn't look like we will have access to them. So pray for dry weather. C-49J, there will be 4 P-38s on the field. Obviously one of them is Marge from the museum. The other 3 are airworthy and will be flying sometime during the week and parked in Warbirds and or Boeing Plaza during the week. One of them being the Flying Bulls. There'll be a C-35, an F-4 or F-100, not sure on that one yet. the Wasp Bobcat, Miss America 51, and Julie Clark will have her T-34. We will have updates on all of this stuff throughout the spring here, and so watch the Warbird Line Crew page on Facebook and also the weekly e-blast. Everyone here, by the way, is a member of Warbirds of America. Is anyone not, so we can belittle and badger you? The Wisconsin badger you, yes, absolutely. And remember to thank the Red Arrows for 250 years of USA existence. Dave Jackson's going to make some Red Arrow chalks that will have little red coats on one end of them. And on the bottom it'll say, "Don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes." Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but you don't speak German because of us. So, and you're only half. So anyway, social activities, we saw that. Next one. We need to talk of next one. We need to go find the Jetbox issue, not the Jetbox image. Oh, here we are. Jetbox schedules and access. Man, that's a little. Can we turn? Let's kill the house lights again. Hang on. Thank you. It's still kind of tiny. Sorry about that. But we will post this stuff on the Line Crew page. That we have the Jetbox, which will be maybe Thursday. Now this is the Red Arrow show Jetbox. They may or may not fly Thursday, but they will be flying Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Those are the days that we need to pay attention to when our people can be out there and where our people can be out there. Okay, the attached, we just looked at that. The open access means pilots and Quest guests will be able to be, it's a spelling thing, will be able to access their aircraft. Limited access, pilots will be allowed to their aircraft for essential items and will be escorted by either Warbird Security or Warbird Flight Line. Very select people. No access, ooh, guess what that means? Jetbox, okay. We've been there, we've done this. It's very similar to the Snowbird Jetbox. This is not a Blue Angels or Thunderbirds Jetbox. Say again? Yes. Oh, gosh. That's Phil. Yeah. Anyway, next one. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, back. So basically, the Jetbox is also known as the speaker line. So our flight line safety people will be laying out the cones, and Warbird Security, we will be briefing with them and the CAP folks to go through the whole process, make sure where the line is, who can go out there, when they can go out there, etc. Oh. Did we miss a slide? There we go. Okay. Warbird shows, as Rick mentioned earlier, Monday, mass arrivals. Tuesday, formation day, and mass arrivals, we will have a 30 to 45-minute show, kind of depending upon volume, etc. Tuesday, 60-minute show will be partial, any mass formations that are late, and we will have updates on which aircraft will be flying for a theme on which day. Wednesday, Elbird Day. Mike, I'm waiting for applause. Okay. As Rick mentioned, Jet Day on Thursday. Oh, there we go. Great. Good one, Mike. Jet Day, Friday and Saturday, depending upon which Warbird aircraft are still available and would like to participate in the show. We'll try and get some stuff up there. And Sunday, we've been very sparse, so that will probably, we may or may not have any Warbirds other than the show planes. There we go. That would be a repeat.
as you've seen, every week our friends Kyle and Scott, along with the team, put out the weekly e-blast, and it's news, information, historical, editorial articles, and we are also going to be putting out a little note to all of our members. If they would like to submit articles, we would love to have them, and we will have guidelines for them and where they will be sent. So we'll be looking for articles about their Warbird, what they're flying, what they're doing with it, any mods, or even just the history of the aircraft. So we will look for that this year. There's some guidelines. What else? That's just got more guidelines. Oh, safety committee. Ed Finnegan. Sorry, Ed, we missed you earlier. Ed is working on a variety of things. Amongst them are some metal markers for fire extinguishers, which can be placed on a variety of our vehicles. He worked, and I don't know which one of our other volunteers he worked with on this, but this is a volunteer process. Next. We talked about this, Nora, sorry. Speaking of volunteering, there was El Chaco. This year, and we learned about this after the air show through a volunteer who was in contact with a pilot, and a gator brushed underneath the wing of an aircraft, and we, at this time, and Kristen may have an update, but we're at a little over $3,000 in damage to the aircraft. But no one reported it at the time of the incident. Anything minor, anything that may need our legal beagles or EAA risk management to become involved or whatever needs to be reported immediately. That, what happened there should, first off, it should not have happened that a gator came in contact with an aircraft where the driver tried to sneak under the wing of an aircraft. That's borderline negligence. And then for no one, even the pilot didn't report it because he said, I won't report it until I know how much it's going to cost, what the damages are, etc. No. It has to be inspected immediately so that everything can be documented. So, again, enjoy the event, your friends, the aircraft, have fun. As was mentioned earlier, remember to register your hours. Now, let's say you work in 2 different areas. Register your hours in each area so that they can be combined. So let's say you work 40 hours in tugs, during the show or the off season, you work in the motor pool, etc. All that time counts. You need to register that with your chairman for a variety of reasons, for campground access benefits, but then also EAA uses this in some of their information to report to the community, etc. Oh, we just did this. We are at site planning. Next, we're going to go to T6s. Where is Matt Bonger's T6 guy? Duke Packer.
Howdy, y'all. How are we doing? Sober? Just a couple notes of what went on this year. Overall, it was another great year. Had a lot of fun, a lot of airplanes. Got to see the people we love, right? It's always great. Unfortunately for T6s this year, we did have a lower attendance, but depending on how Dubuque goes, we might be able to get them back. And lower attendance of T6s in the show, unfortunately, but like everybody loves a good comeback story, so we got great staff. From what I see on the T6 line, it's Charles and I. Got Dave that helps out too. So thank you guys. And for all the T6, T34 guys that are watching right now, we are not able to do this without you. We love you guys. Please come back. Let's keep doing it. Unfortunately, with that too, not unfortunately, but with that too, I love the working relationship we have with our neighboring lines, with Liaison, with Bombers. We really help each other out when we need it, whenever we need people. The communication's great between all of us, and if we could keep building on that, we can make it even better. And the more fluid we can act together, the more we can help out each other. Unfortunately, this year on T6 line, we did have one incident. We did learn a lot from that incident and how to potentially just avoid it in the future. Good news is no one was hurt. There were many tears, but no one was hurt. We're in good shape for vehicles. With that, thank you to the motor pool for keeping the Jeeps running, the M38s, the 151. This is the best year they've ever ran, and it's noted, and we really appreciate it. So round of applause to the motor pool for that. The grounds in the T6 area have a little bit of work to do. We still have one giant hole that we always have on Blue 1. And then I think this year we had a big old ditch in between red 3 and red 4. But other than that, the grounds look good too. So we appreciate that as well. Yeah, again, happy to have the support from just everybody and everybody here. It's been another great year. Let's make it again. And thank you again to Mr. Owen for allowing us to be here and for us to just get together. Thank you.
And we are not going to say anything about Jimmy Hoffa being on the T6 flight line. Charles, did that cover T-34s, or do you want to say something? Okay. We can just skip right past Tower and go. Mark Schillebrit, Tower. It's going to be great.
Am I holding it close enough, Bill? It's going to be great. We're going to have a good time here for the rest of the afternoon. I want you to stay awake. Like you people, I like you a lot. You're very good. Very good impression. You got to give it to me. Give me some love. Come on. There's probably some libs in the crowd going, oh, I hate this man. It's the Orange Man bad impression. Because I could do Bill Clinton right now. April showers bring Jennifer flowers. That was for you, Rick. Rick's laughed. I'm dating myself? No, that'd be in California. But anyway, it's nice to be here, folks. I'll be brief. Talk about the tower. We had a fantastic year. A shout out to, Mark Schuler, who is watching us via satellite communication today. So thanks to Mark. He does a hell of a job up there. So give him a round of applause. He's very useful. And, of course, my co-conspirator, my co-chair, buddy Grant Hastings. Let's hear it for Grant. You may know Grant. So last year was a very good year for us. Unfortunately, it started out not too well because we lost Mark Gibson last year, right before we had AirVenture. I don't know if you knew Mark. Big Mark. He was fantastic. He was one of the main guys up there. He had a sudden illness and passed away in May. So we missed him greatly. And so we dedicated the whole year and the show to him. But we have a memorial for him up in the tower. If you ever want to come up, you're more than welcome to visit, show you what we actually do up there. We have a little picture of him up there and stuff. But otherwise, we have like 12 volunteers currently. We're always looking for people to come up into the tower to help us out. We prefer that you have some kind of great communication skills. Hopefully being a pilot background or ATC, either current or retired. That would be good to help us out up there. Because we do a variety of things a lot of you are probably not aware of or care about, but it's grown over the years to the point where we really do try to provide a really good service to everybody on the field. One of the newest things we have there is the light system. Is anybody familiar with the light system we installed in the last year or two? It's a series of LED lights in the windows of the tower to tell you the status of the field. In other words, if it's open or closed or if there's an emergency. It's been well received, especially by the pilots. If you ever see them, there's 3 lights in each of the windows. We're hoping to put another set of lights facing southwest towards Area 51 because those trees block it, so we're working on some solutions to put in some kind of light standard somewhere to help out with that. But all solid green means the field is open and normal operations. Then there's flashing red, and that's like an emergency going on or the field is closed. So, and then yellow is a situation where we're in the middle of sterilizing the area. In other words, clearing out the area for an air show. So if you have any questions, you can always talk to me about it. Otherwise, Carl does a bang-up job of doing the presentation. We were going to talk about it together, but Carl will be talking about it again. He's got some slides. But we have 12 people up there who really bust their butts, and even though we're not always running, we're still very busy up there, and we appreciate everything you guys do on the field because a lot of us have worked there before. And just a shout out if they're watching to Audrey Pala. She's one of our newest volunteers. She's a Alaska Airlines airline pilot. And also to John McClelland, who came on board, who was formerly on the T6 line. So if anybody's interested or have any questions, you can always get a hold of me via my email or my phone. Or if after the show here or after the presentation here, you can always talk to me as well. But otherwise, thanks a lot and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, Mark. Now that covers departure from our area, but the actual departure briefing, and Rick Siegfried, I don't think there is. Years ago, EAA used to have several areas where pilots could pick up information on departure briefing. What do they do now?
It's in the NOTAM. Warbirds doesn't do anything specific. However, for in-transit aircraft, they used to have that departure briefing building along the fence heading out to the North 40. And I think that's still there, although it's not manned all the time. So that's the hard part with it. So it's basically you got to follow the NOTAM. And in the NOTAM, it outlines the procedure for leaving the area. And it's pretty straightforward. You fly, whatever runway you're using, you fly straight out for a certain distance, stay under a certain altitude, and that's about it. That's me. Okay, Training Command, this is the time of year when we start setting that all up. Training Command is hoping to do something with the civilian pilot training program aircraft. I don't have that totally lined up yet, but kind of depending on the museum out west and bringing a couple of civilian pilot training program airplanes out. I haven't got confirmation on that yet. We're a little early for that. I usually try to get that done by Sun and Fun, and so we're not quite there yet, but we're getting close. So Training Command will have another active year. I did learn, is the Wasp airplane, the Bamboo Bomber, think about coming? They haven't talked to me at all. So they should do that. So, okay, I'll take care of that. No, I know them. Yeah, no, it's not them, Boyd at all. That's they're on their own. So that's okay. Okay, that's about all I have on Training Command.
And do we have anyone from TRAMS? I don't see Joe or Vic here. Anybody? TRAM program? Again, extremely successful. The guys are just doing a really, really good job down there. So We can skip right past volunteer training because everyone has already thanked Carl for that.
Okay, I got to start by thanking El Chaco for allowing me to borrow his chalk warehouse once a year, and also to Kirsten for letting me post posters all over the galley. So, we try and get our information out. This year, we only did about 57 people through the class. A lot of them were onesies and twosies and whatnot, and I'll run a class anytime anybody wants one if we can to get people through. The year before was 67, and in 2023 we had 110. So the theory is that we're going to do this every other year, so I'm thinking we're going to have a busy year this year. I'm planning Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday at least, and we'll take a look at if we need to do more than that. And it's typically 3 or 4 classes a day, so we'll fit our way through that. Some things we're doing. Nora, can you put that one up? It's not coming up. It's not showing. All right, we'll skip. I had a couple of slides I pulled out of the class. One talks about the tower lights, and it's got the 3 different versions. That was new this year, so I ended up putting an extra slide into that. There's another slide we did for the class talking about the emergency response and safety and how the zones are set up for where we go, where the fire trucks are going to be coming to come get to us, and those kinds of things in an emergency. And then there's another one about in the first part where we do the emergency responses and the heavy weather kind of things. Not just tying the airplanes down, but also where are our safe places to go. We've got the BAA building. Most people don't know that in the campgrounds, we go to the Civil Air Patrol Chow Hall is where actually we go in the middle of the night for a shelter if you're going. And so usually what I end up doing is going down to coordinate with that staff so that they remember, because they've got people changing out too. And so we have that set up that in the event of a thunderstorm in the middle of the night and your tent goes away, Civil Air Patrol Chow Hall is the place we go to. What? Closer? Okay. So, that's pretty much all I have at this point. Any questions or anything? All right, thanks.
It's great that everyone recognizes Carl today. We really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's amazing. I haven't had a picture in the slideshow since before COVID.
Well,
because I'm always in the classroom.
There are obvious reasons for that, though, too, Carl. No, really, Carl and his program are truly one of the unsung heroes of Warbirds. Without the information, without the schooling, without the tutoring that Carl executes, the level of professionalism that we have become used to and become the leaders of in Oshkosh would not exist.
Yeah, Dave says I got to go, go Navy, beat Army, and then for Dave back there, I'm a drummer too, and I'm all right. Thanks.
My heavens! Welcome, Warbirds. Really, you have friends? No. And then Rick will take care of some of the Warbird in Review stuff. Scott, do you have anything from Warbird in Review, or Ben? And Captain Ron? Okay. Okay.
All right, this is Bill Crable. I didn't actually attend the AirVenture last year, but I have heard some reports from what went on. I was there the week before, helped get the new building set up. Yes, thank you. Helped get the new building set up, along with Tricia, Scott Johnson, and a friend of mine from Lafayette. Let's see. Man, this is all in my mind earlier. Yeah, that's right. It did work. Yep. Oh, I know. I wasn't there again the week of Oshkosh, and Tricia had appendicitis early on, so I don't think she was there for most of it. But just to let you know, for again this coming year, there's already been mentioned about the snowbirds, so their edge that's going to be available for people to be at will affect the Veterans Parade on Friday. That will be pushed back a little bit farther. So the veterans hats, I guess that went really well last year. And again, it's important to remember that only veterans can get those hats. They're supposed to show up in person at the window, and they'll be given a hat. You can't pick one up for a friend or any other relative or anything like that. They go fast, and we want to make sure the actual veterans get them. You all familiar with the tent that's next to the welcome wagon? I'm sorry, the welcome building. It's got the membership tent. Anybody not familiar with that? Okay. Well, you can sign up for squadrons, your Warbird membership. There's banners that are there from the veterans to sign. And, yeah. Okay. Yes, I know. I was going to mention that. Yes, I plan on it. It's coming up. It's coming up. Got to start with the tent first. Yes. No, anyway, I did talk to Stacy, who worked there many years doing that. She said there was 4 banners signed, and those are large banners, all filled, which is great. Yep. She said the veterans love it, which is very good. Nice to support the veterans. You know, anybody needs to join a squadron, please have them stop by. And you got Squadron 32, Squadron 3 of Indiana. If you're around up here, you won't want to probably join Indiana. But, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Squadron 4, Illinois. Yep. Anyway, I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but anybody have any questions or comments? Yes. Right now, I would say that will happen when they show up. We'll go through everything with them. Oh, that'd be good, yes. We'll do that. Plan on doing that, yep. Matter of fact, just sitting here earlier, I thought I probably should write something up, too, for the people that are going to be volunteering. Okay, any other questions or comments, concerns? I guess that's it.
Sounds good. Bill, also Mike Anderson wanted to compliment all of the folks who put the effort into, and you know, also your group, the T6, T34, L-Birds, all the folks who put in that extra effort to greet the mass arrival aircraft. That was the second year this year of a concerted effort to get vehicles out there, water bottles, et cetera, for all the pilots coming in. Go ahead. It's going to cost you.
Okay, one request to help us speed things up, because if we get a flight of 5 aircraft in and we're limited on the number of people that are working, it'd be great if we could talk to pilots right away, and not that they get in a bunch, talk their own little debrief, because we need to get the other aircraft also. So if you see us coming up there, if we could get you the chit real quick, get your tail number, pilot, all that information on that, we can give that back to you, and then you're all set to go up there to registration and get your information, especially if you come in late. That way you can get it for the next day. You go right to registration and get your stuff. Thank you.
Great. Rick, do you want to talk to, we will have a couple people talk about Warbird in Review, but you had something from Connie, I think.
Yeah, actually, Connie didn't trust me, which is understandable. So she actually gave me a nice report that I'll read. Okay. Hi, everyone. That's from Connie. I have asked Rick Siegfried. Oh, that's me. Okay, to convey my greeting to all of you. Very glad that Connie's very happy to see the room full of people. And especially for the winter volunteer meeting, as we're calling it now. So it's great. This volunteer spirit, enthusiasm, and commitment to Warbirds is absolutely amazing. And that goes for all of us. Appreciate that. For those of you that did brave the Oshkosh cold, which it's cold today, it wasn't so bad yesterday. It's borderline insanity that also brings all of you up here. But that's Connie talking. Thank you to Scott and Andy for making it possible for others to attend virtually through the live stream. So she's giving you guys credit back there with all the fancy cameras and everything as well. I know that you're interested to hear if we have any special airplanes planned for this year in Warbirds in Review. It is always a puzzle with pieces that actually need to be carefully put into place. In other words, a moving target. A big thank you to Kyle Guyette for her tireless efforts in helping me fit all those pieces together. The schedule for 2026, not ready for publication yet, but I will, share with you the big picture. And the idea include a Korean War focus this year. We're going to feature Jim Tobel's Corsair, which we know will be there, along with cast members from the Baba Black Sheep TV series. So that should be fun. Another movie focus will be the B-17 with a cast from the movie Memphis Belle. Which is also another, great story. Joe Peter Burse, who was featured in the last year of the Mustang and the T-262, plans to return to talk about his combat missions in Korea. So that'll be a good tie-in with the Korean theory. Other aircraft planned include the PBY, B-17, MiG-29 this year, hopefully, A-26, the Trader, P-40, F-35, P-38, and a Hiller helicopter. Huey 251 restorations are nearing completions, and of course the story on a recently completed 51 is always interesting. So those are what Connie is hoping to have up there. Thank you again for keeping the aircraft moving safely and adding your element to the members' enjoyment as we move those valuable pieces of equipment around the area. Without all of you, it never would happen, as you've said many times. So, and that's from Connie. So thank you.
It's my first time up here speaking, so how am I doing so far? Yeah, okay. Captain Ron here. I work a little bit closer. Okay. Work in Warbird Alley and in review, help out Kyle and Connie and Scott and Ben, and so I think this is about my 10th year volunteering. It's been really fun. Just wanted to let everybody know that despite all these wonderful plans and schedules that they all put out, they hand them to me and say, "Hey Ron, here's a plan for this coming year." I kind of say, "Thanks very much, I appreciate it." It always changes. And so I think the key to our job is just to be flexible and to be safe, of course. And just wanted to let you guys know that a lot of times our activity comes in spurts. And so we'll be sitting around for a while, and then all of a sudden all H breaks loose. And one of the big challenges is crowd control for us. And it's a wonderful problem to have, but we have limited people out there that can help, part the seas, so to speak, and get people away from propellers or jet engines or whatever we have coming in. And so we always have the white shirt security out there, and we appreciate their help. But one challenge I would ask maybe for the future, Dennis, is a lot of times we'll have airplanes come in the alley after hours, if you will. And so if there's any way maybe the CAP could help us in that regard, just something we can talk about later, okay? But that would help us after hours. And this last year actually went very, very well. and we're looking forward to all the surprises we have, as Rick just mentioned, coming in. It's going to be a great year. I think it'll be some new stuff for us to work with. And we have challenges moving airplanes through the alley and into the Warbirds in Review concrete area. It takes us some time. The weather is always a challenge, and last year we had a nice rain shower, kind of delaying some movement of aircraft so we could get on live TV in time. But we made it happen, thanks to everybody's effort. So that's all I got. But it's good to work with all of you. Appreciate you.
Bill's back in the back here. He's hiding. Are we wrapping it up? Okay, because he's going to... Yeah. Okay. Probably won't be dialing in.
I'll be sending him a request. I'll send him a Teams meeting request.
If he's in his helicopter, he probably won't get that. Oh, you're texting. Okay.
I'll send him a Teams meeting request within the next 5 seconds.
We've lost control, Bill. Any questions from the group overall? Nope. We're working out the technical issues right now, even as we speak. I think we got through his entire, Bill's entire agenda, right? So we're pretty much. Questions from anybody about what we've done so far in this meeting? Nope. Seeing none? Bill.
It's all set. He can call it right now.
Okay, Mike will be joining us shortly.
Oh.
Scott said the Zoom link should still be good too, so he's going to try either.
Okay, well, should I send that to Scott then too? Or?
Good idea. Well, we'll see which one works.
Uh-oh, look at that. There he is,
Hey,
with whirling
Scott.
blades and on top of
Can
him.
y'all hear me?
We don't hear the voice.
Howdy. Let me see. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, do you hear me? Let's see.
We got you. That's not your
Can
Hiller.
y'all hear me? Test. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Have y'all heard me yet? Hello.
We hear you now.
Hey. Yeah, I got you guys. Is everybody at the meeting?
Is that we have 75 of us in the
Hang on
meeting
a second,
here
I'm gonna
today,
turn my
Mike?
radio down.
It's a great number. And is this your R66?
Yes, I am flying the 66 home as we speak.
Oh my God!
I don't know where I'm
Fly
at.
safe, stay warm. Looking
but
good.
I'm getting. I'm headed to Yazoo City, Mississippi, for my first fuel stop.
Well, everyone is listening, so it's your turn to say hello to everybody.
Hello, everybody, the world's greatest Oshkosh volunteers. I'm glad I got a cell phone signal right here at 1,000 feet and able to call in and thank you all for everything that you do. There's no way we can do it without you guys. You guys are special. It takes everybody all hands on deck to put on what we do. And I just want you to know from me and the rest, I speak for the rest of the board, that we really appreciate everything that you do, and we try to make everything better for you. We're not perfect, but I want to listen, and we want to make sure that you're able to do your job correctly. And above all, we want you to have fun and enjoy yourself during the thing. So anyway, that's kind of my check in with you, and we're just kind of going along here at about we picked up some ground speed, 123. That's pretty good. So anyway, again, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate everything you do for Warbirds. And when you bring your R66 to Oshkosh, we do have spray paint cans of OD.
There we go. Well, I'm going to bring the Hiller, so we'll have the Hiller there this year. Scott, and Kyle told me I had to bring it because they want a Warbird and review it.
All right.
Okay, well, y'all have a great meeting and a great day, and thank you for everything you do.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
So thank you, everyone. And I'm going to turn this over to, they don't know this yet. I'm going to turn this over to Kristen and Nora. Oh, look at the look. Oh, crap, I'm dead. And we are going to raffle our, no, we're not. I'm sorry. I'm going to turn this over to Chris Henry. Oh, I apologize. No, sorry.
How is everybody doing? Good? Awesome. It's great to see you guys. Can you hear me all right? Awesome. Awesome. So if I haven't, I think I've met just about everybody here. If I haven't, my name is Chris Henry. I'm the museum director over at EAA. So we get to help take care of the aircraft here. I'm going to introduce our curator, Hope Stropes, here in just a few seconds. You guys are going to be with us if whoever is coming to the evening cockpit climb and special adventure that I don't think has been announced yet. But some fun stuff that we've done in the museum, not just in the Eagle hangar, but throughout the rest of the museum, is we've actually added 10 additional aircraft to the museum display. If you guys have been in the museum, you know that's tough. We've had to get a little creative about how they're stacked up and things like that, but we've tried to do a better job at telling a story. So, for example, we might have a prototype of an airplane, the very first one, and we have another one who was the latest and the record breaker, but we had them in two completely separate areas of the museum. So now we've stacked them up next to each other and we can tell a story of the development of that airframe. So tried to do a little bit of that. We've gotten, like I said, pretty creative on how we've gotten some of the aircraft in, but there is some new stuff in there for you guys to take a look at. We also have a self-guided tour that's starting up where you actually scan a QR code with your phone and it'll tell you more about the aircraft. It'll actually show off some archival photos, stuff that we just can't get all on the one sign. Actually, just today, they on our Facebook page for EAA, they put out our F-84. I think it's the anniversary of the first flight of the F-84 today, or this week. But our F-84 is a C model, which wasn't the greatest of the F-84 line. However, we just had ours over the week, over the year. Ike, who you'll meet tonight if anybody's coming to the cockpit climb, and a group of volunteers. The oldest person that worked on this F-84 during this cosmetic cleanup was 20. And they did it. They put this airplane back in its original markings that it flew in during Korea. So guys, when you're in there, check that out. Our P-80 has been repainted. It's on display. So we're very proud of what we're going with. Most of our aircraft, especially the Warbirds, what we're trying to do is put them back in either their authentic, real markings or markings that really tell a story. So, for example, our P-38 is Marge. It's not the real markings for that aircraft, but those are markings, of course, that we want to keep because it tells a story. We've been doing more research to find out more about each airframe in the museum. So, for example, our P-38 actually made it to combat. Didn't do anything in combat, but it did make it to the combat theater. It arrived in August of 1945 into the Pacific, so didn't have much of a life there, but it did make it. But not much of a story to tell there, so we painted up and tell the Richard Bong story. This year, they are working on bringing back some artifacts of the real Marge from Papua New Guinea. Our airplane is going to get to play a role of that at AirVenture as they return these artifacts, so pretty excited about that. But tonight, we're going to do cockpit climb on a couple aircraft. We're going to do the P-51D because, I mean, that's the epitome of our collections, to John Wayne, the collection. But it was also Paul's personal P-51. I think everybody here would appreciate that. But also, Paul's first Warbird was the P-64. So we're going to do a cockpit climb on the P-64 tonight as well, which is, I try to mix it up every time for you guys, have something a little bit different. And also something that we can get in without killing people. So we tried it with the P-38. That's pretty tough. The Corsair's a little scary, but these two are pretty easy to get into. The 51's pretty easy. Yeah, mosquitoes. I was pretty sure we killed somebody on the P-38 one. So, but we're really proud of where we're going with the museum. Thanks to Hope's edition here. Hope started the week before AirVenture last year. So came in, just jumped right into it, and was sort of like, oh my God, what did I get myself into? But her professionalism is really elevating our museum. When you guys see what you're going to see today, so I'll let the cat out of the bag. The other stop on your tour is you guys are going to get to see collections, the archives. So this is the stuff that's not on display, the stuff that's in what we call sort of preservation mode, awaiting its turn to be on display. Some of it's never been on display. So you guys are going to get to see stuff. We don't let the public into this area. So you guys are going to get to see a pretty cool part of the collection tonight. So yeah, absolutely glad.
Chris, schedule-wise, I snuck over here.
Oh, jeez.
Schedule-wise, we're going to probably have half hour, 45 minutes of raffles and auctions and stuff like that. So, what, 3 o'clock cockpit crawl?
Yeah, 3 o'clock sounds good.
Sounds good.
We'll
And by the way, we will also have, at the back of the room, we will have non-disclosure agreement forms for everyone that has to sign this before you can go into this secret room. We will confiscate your phones while you're in there, and you will have to wear a blindfold.
Yeah.
I did talk briefly with Mark Schillebert earlier. Some of the coolest things, and we were in there a couple weeks ago when Chris came up with this idea to bring you all in there, and we're going to come in groups of what, 6?
Yeah, we're going to try and break y'all in a group of 6. You'll see why when you're in there. There's not a ton of room, but we thought you'd really enjoy this. This is something that we don't do to the public. And I'm always trying to look at something kind of new for you guys every year.
And Chris, there are girders from?
We have girders from both American and German airships, including the Hindenburg, and I believe the Macon is the other one. One of the interesting things, and I know T6 guys will enjoy this, there was a one-off of the T6 called the A27. I think they built like 9 of them. We had this horizontal stabilizer hanging on the wall for years, and we just kind of didn't know what it was, and we were all busy, and we're trying to clean up the area. And we started going into it and found out we have a horizontal stabilizer off an A27 that was in the Philippines and was wiped out in the Philippines during the December 7th and 8th attacks. So this is an actual piece, probably the largest known piece of a real A27. So you guys will get to see that tonight. There's stuff that went to the moon on Apollo 8, or around the moon on Apollo 8, and a lot of different artifacts like that. So some good stories to tell in there. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. But yeah. Well, don't worry. And Bill's going to frisk everybody coming out of the room, too. So don't worry. Yeah. It has. Yeah. Yeah.
Initially, I suggested that Dave Jackson do that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I do want to introduce our museum curator, who you'll get to spend some time with tonight, Hope. We're very lucky to have her. I actually was very fortunate to find out that she was available to come to our museum. And since she's been here, she's really elevated what we do and brought it to what I think is a really high point in what we're doing here. So let me have Hope say a few words here for you guys.
Hello, everyone. My name's Hope. I am the collections curator over at the EAA. Just like a little bit of what I do, because I know not everyone knows what a curator does. I take care of all of our non-aircraft artifacts. So aircraft parts, military uniforms, medals, you guys will see in the tour. So I curate that collection, and then I do the daily care for it. And I'll talk a bit about that on the tour as well. But if you've never been in a museum collections room, I'll give you kind of an idea of what we're talking about here. And Chris hears me say this every time I public speak. But when you walk into a museum, on average, you are seeing between 1% and 3% of the museum's collection on display, which means that everything else is in storage. And it's being preserved, and that's my job, is to catalog and care for and preserve this so that it stays ready to be seen for the next 100, 200 years. So, you know, if you're coming on this tour today, you'll get to see that other 97 to 99%. I think that our museum probably has a bit of a higher percentage than a lot of museums do out on display, just because we have such a big gallery space. But you'll get to see a really big percentage of things that maybe have never been seen on display in our museum. So that's what I do, and then I also help with curating exhibits as well. So that's a brief of my job. Yeah. So I started college doing history, and I didn't know what I wanted to do with that because I didn't know that this job existed, like probably a lot of the population. Yeah, I didn't either. And so I knew that I loved museums, so I went and I volunteered at my local museum, and that's where I found out that collections existed. And I was like, oh, this is great. I'm going to do this. So that curator I'm from the Quad Cities over in Illinois. So the curator over there helped me with my path. So I got my bachelor's in history, and then I went back and got my master's degree in museum studies. So there's an actual degree for this position. Thank you. Yes, I did. I got a teapot and a book. So my bachelor's is from Concordia, Chicago, and then my master's is from Western Illinois University in the Quad Cities. So I'll give you an insight onto one of our newest acquisitions. We just got a really big World War II collection from a gentleman who lived in Wisconsin. And he was a bombardier on a B-17, and he was actually a POW in Stalag Luft 3 for 2 years. And we have his letters that he wrote while in that camp. So I think his is probably the most complete collection that we have from someone. We have a scrapbook and all of his letters and everything. So I've never seen that before. So I'm a space camp kid, and so it was through the space angle that I got into this, yeah. What's that? I don't watch football. Not a sports girl myself.
The correct answer is Steelers. Yeah. Hey, Aaron Rodgers, baby, all day long. So we got your coach too now. So yeah. And all joking aside, though, we're very fortunate to have Hope. What's really fantastic is something will come in and somebody will offer us a donation, and I'm an airplane nerd, so I'm like, heck yeah. And then Hope is kind of the sense of reason who's like, we have 19 of those. Do we need 20? And I'm like, well, I guess not, Yeah. She's also our put it back officer. When we're in collections, Ike and I can get sidetracked pretty easy. And we'll be like, wow, look at this thing. And she's like, isn't that cool? Now put it back on the shelf where it belongs. So, we're very lucky to have her here. And I think you guys are going to see when you're coming through the museum, not just this trip, but more and more as your guys are coming through, the improvements that are happening in the museum. So we're very lucky and fortunate to have her. We're very lucky and fortunate to have you guys. We look forward to sharing what we're proud of here tonight. So we look forward to seeing you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Ike, he just got out of prison, and no, I'm just kidding. Ike is our, you'll see Ike tonight too. He's our museum intern. Again, very fortunate to have him. Yeah, exactly. We can't talk about it really. So, Ike is a great young man going to school, going to college to be an aircraft mechanic. And he started out working in our gift shop, and we stole him from the gift shop. to be our intern, and he's fantastic. He's an airplane nut. We're teaching him the museum side of it, but he is a very knowledgeable young man. And again, he led the F-84 restoration. I mean, I pointed at it and said, polish it. I mean, he spent months polishing this thing. And it's the same, if you guys have seen that sort of dull F-84 that's been kind of bombing around the grounds every year, right? I thought the thing was painted. When we went to look up close, it was just natural aluminum that had faded that bad. And he brought it back. And when you see it tonight, you're going to be shocked. I mean, it looks really nice. So him and I, he's a model builder as well. I'm a model builder. So him and I we have a lot of fun with laying out markings and things like that to try to get everything right. So great guy. You'll have a good time with him. He's just a great person and enthusiastic about what he's doing here. So absolutely. He said get him to wash his hands because they'll turn black. When Ike was polishing the F-84, he actually looked like he'd come out of the coal mines. I mean, it was wild. I mean, yeah. So we had to make sure he was equipped with an extra comb so he can make sure he's taking care of his hair. So, yeah, but no, we're really lucky to have a good team around us there. And we're finding out really great things between the three of us. We're trying to put more of a focus, a little bit of a focus at least, in the museum on hometown heroes. Every museum in the country has what I would call the big names, right? That's just history. But we want to put our own flavor on it. For example, Ike and Hope found out that there is a flying tiger who was from Appleton, one of the original cadre of the AVG that went over pre-war. And we have some of his artifacts. So we're going to try and make sure we get those on display. The B-17 collection, what's really neat about that is I'm a B-17 nerd, as you guys know. I had never seen this. In this collection of artifacts is a telegram to the mother of this bombardier. And in the telegram is from Pennsylvania to Wisconsin. They didn't know each other. The lady who sent it was a ham radio operator in the 40s. And she would listen to Berlin radio because Berlin would brag about, here are the bomber crews that we shot down and here they are. And they would list their names and where they were from. And she would listen every night, take down the names, and then send telegrams to all the families to say, hey, your loved one is here. And it would actually get there before the government's notification. So she has notification from this ham radio operator that said, I listened, your son is here, and they announced it on Berlin radio. And then like a week later, the telegram comes from the Air Corps that says, your loved one is now not missing in action, but is a prisoner of war. But the first notification came from this woman who was listening and just trying to update families as she could. Literally everybody did whatever they could for the war effort, and that's such a neat story that I didn't know existed. I didn't know people were doing that. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing, and we look forward to, like I said, showing off what we're all passionate about here tonight. We hope you enjoy it. So thank you. Thanks for having me here.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, as I look over to the victim to my right. Oh, and we will see you at the museum. Where's Linda? And Linda's usually pretty good at helping on this auction. She's really good. Do both of what?
She's writing. I'll tell her if you need the information.
Get your wallets out. And your tickets. What do you want to do first?
Are we going to do tickets first? Let's do some door prizes and then we'll put in. Let's do some door prizes and then we'll come in with some auction items.
That's upside down.
That's upside down. 97
979-4484. 979-4484. Oh, Scott, go see Nora. Go for it. You can talk. I can talk.
Those are the items back by the hats.
You have younger eyes. You can read this stuff.
Okay. 9794829. 9794829. just going to tell me this.
Yep.
9794991. 991. Nine seven nine 4991.
And on the bar.
9794525. Just make sure that's not me. 9794525. Nine seven nine 4909. Nine seven nine 4702. Um, 9794764.
When you go by Nora, if you smile, you get a better door frame. You give her a hug, you get 2 hours of good
This one 9794764. Anybody have that one? Good. Nine seven nine 5056. Yeah. This me. No, it's not mine.
There's a lot of tickets out there, so everybody's going to win multiple lives.
9795162. Nine seven nine 4535. Nothing?
It's got to be. No one's left. Oh, Peg's got it.
Good.
Cool. Okay, Tristan, that was 10. What do you want to do now?
All right, now we're going to take some of your money. We're going to start out with this lovely puzzle. It's a Rovi Z, the Riveter puzzle. We can attest that all of the pieces are there. And we're going to start at $10. Do we got $10 for the Rosie puzzle? Dave Jackson, do we have $15 for the Rosie puzzle? $15? Anybody want the Rosie puzzle for $15? Going once, going twice. Sold to Dave Jackson for $10. Please see the lady to my left. The next thing we're going to do is a magnificent duck call that was made by no other than El Chaco.
Or actually his neighbor.
Or his neighbor.
Tell people about the duck call, Dave.
does a lot better woodworking than my chocks. As you can see, none of my chocks quack, but those things really do. And